Peace and love. Welcome back, y'all. Peace and love. Hey, drop those ones if you can hear me loud and clear. We got some smoke for tonight. You already know it. We talking about this whole Pan-Africanism versus the FBA and ADOS debate. So that's what we on tonight. If you rocking with FBA and ADOS, click that link, bring the smoke. If you're a Pan-African, bring the smoke, and we're going to be respectful tonight. Salutes to Smooth FBA. I already see the FBA people coming in, so this ought to be interesting. But when we talking about Pan-Africanism tonight, I really just want to play some video clips for y'all and share some what I think is like some bizarre and radical beliefs to you. That's why I said, in my opinion, and I'm going to do this with respect too tonight. Hit the like button on your way in, folks. And I'm going to do this with respect, but in my opinion, right, I think Pan-Africanism is just another religion. Another belief system, me personally. Now, y'all know we can't use DNA to tell where a person is from. So we got to question the out of Africa theory as well. And the video that I'm going to play for you, right? Everybody remember Dr. Layla Africa? We got to be respectful. I'm going to share some with you in this video. Well, you know, he was teaching a lot about the out of Africa theory. And basically a lot of the ideologies that were being used to explain how blacks were the first people and we originated from Africa, which, you know, there was an ad in a Time magazine like in the 70s or 80s calling Africa the Garden of Eden. And it had a black Adam and Eve on the cover, but still Adam and Eve are Greek names and not African names. So one thing you got to realize is why I say that Pan-Africanism is chocolate-coated Christianity. And you're just re-getting the whole, the Genesis Adam and Eve thing, and you're just painting Adam and Eve black, and you making them Egyptians. Now, everybody that say we from Africa, nobody like to be from Ghana. Nobody like to be from those like, you know, like some of these, right? Everybody say, well, we the Egyptians. We all from Egypt. Egypt is just one section of Africa, and we all can't be from there. And if you go with the out of Africa theory, it would suggest that most blacks in America would be from West Africa, not East Africa. You know, saying that blacks in America are the Egyptians, and I don't believe in the slave trade the way y'all believe in it, with all the blacks coming to America come from Africa and through the white man's slavery. No, I believe we've been here, but check this out before we get to that though. If you believe that we are from Africa and that we are the Egyptians, consider this. You're saying that the white slave master, he would have arrived on the western shores of Africa, and he would have skipped over all the blacks on the western part of Africa just to get only the Egyptians. Now, the only narrative that would prove that would be the Black Hebrew Israelites mythology, which says blacks are the original Israelites. and we were held captive in Egypt. We're basically the lineage of Moses. When they said, let my people go, the people they was talking about was black people. And basically, we are Africans due to the fact that we were in Africa as slaves. Wait a minute. See, nobody thought about that part. Check this out, right? Let me slow down for y'all. Check this out, right? The name of the theory is the out of Africa theory. We need to ask ourselves, in what way did we come out of Africa? Because in one point, we came out of Africa as slaves and brought to America to pick cotton. Now that go into which part of Africa did we come from? That'll go into that debate. And like I said, everybody today want to be Egyptians. It's like a glorification of Egypt. Like when we look back into the past at all the cultures, Egypt is like, it stands out to people, sort of like when you buy your telescope and you start stargazing and everybody want to see Saturn, right? We want to see them rings. It stands out, it's see what I'm saying? So you could tend to glorify Saturn because of that and not understand the other planets. Just to make my point with what I'm saying is that's what we've done with Egypt, Africa in particular, Egypt. Now watch this. People say that we're Africans. And when they say we are Egyptians, the proof for that, like I said, is if you want to use that biblical narrative, which so many use, is that we are Israel and we were in bondage in Egypt. Now, you know why I keep repeating this? Because this means that we never was Africans and we never was Egyptians and that we were always slaves. See, people want to be from Egypt so bad, they don't mind saying, we from Egypt, we were slaves there. We from Egypt, we the Israelites who was held in bondage there. Now, ain't no proof that we're the Israelites other than our history matches their history, but the geographic part of the story is where the argument lies. I don't think blacks in America was ever brought, you got to think about this, right? Today, we got the best technology in cruise ships and the amount of people and cargo that our best cruise ships can carry in 2022. Guess what? The slave ships would have superseded the capacity of what we got in today's ships. Now, the average cruise ship, and I'm gonna look this up because I don't want to guess. The average cruise ship can hold 3,000 guests. Now, keep that in mind. Watch this. Hold on. Okay, so the biggest slave ship held, about 1,000 people. Anywhere from 700 to 1,000 people. All right. That's a big difference. So, but check this out, what you got to think about. Millions of blacks are in America today. Imagine the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria only carrying 700 slaves each. How many trips they would have had to take, and it took 3 months. Listen what I'm telling you. It took 3 months to get from Africa to America on a damn wood ship with dudes paddling out the side. A wood ship with nails and hammer, y'all. I'm trying to hold my laughter back. This is a fucking fairy tale joke. This is a fucking fairy tale joke, y'all. Can you imagine that? A wood ship cross them ocean waters. It take 3 months. Now you got all these passengers. Now you gotta have food, water. We finna weigh this ship down now. We finna weigh this damn wood ship down with equipment, machinery, people, food, water. A wood ship with nails, y'all. It's holding a stove, beds, all this equipment. Gallons of water. For 3 months, you need enough water for 3 months for 700 motherfuckers. Critical thinking, man. Critical thinking. Ain't no way we was brought over here on slave ships. So we can get this fairy tale out our head about the Nina Pina and Santa Maria. Now, that's my thing is too. I wanna zoom in on the desperation of a group of people who may not necessarily know exactly who they are, and because of that, they want to be everything. So the number one thing we want to be is Egyptians. I've been in this community a while, and everywhere you look, everybody, we the Egyptians, everybody claiming that Egypt, right? And the number one thing they used to say how we come from Egypt, I went over the biblical narrative. Now I'm just gonna go over the fact that they say the black man and black woman were the first humans on earth, and Africa is the original Eden. Now, if Africa is the original Eden, why do we all still come from Egypt? You know why everybody claim Egypt? I'm gonna answer the question now. Because Egypt is where science tells us civilization began. Now, we know that they were forging metals and practicing with medicines and all that in Egypt. Because of that, everybody want to be, Egyptians. That's why we got the pyramid on the dollar. But this thumbnail that I chose tonight, I said this is a pantheon of sellouts. Why am I saying that about these guys? Because they had contracts and they were working with UNESCO for the United Nations. Some of y'all may be like, I want to work for the UN. What's bad about that? Well, let's say the military gave you a job to go to the hood and poison your own people, which you still make the money. Now check this out. The United, let me teach y'all something real quick. What is UNESCO? Some of you never heard of it. Let me educate you. This was founded in 1945. Where was it founded? In the damn UK. Why do we gotta point out the UK? The United Kingdom got the biggest blood database on the earth. You know why? All of these plasma centers that y'all see in the hood, guess what? They ain't even owned by American corporations. They owned by the corporations in the UK got a monopoly on blood, and you think Dracula is just a fucking movie. See, Dracula's country is Romania. Guess where that's at? The UK. What was the whole thing about this religion about blood, being covered in blood? Now, people, you could do this on your own. I'm gonna give you a homework assignment. Go and type in celebrities covered in blood. Guess what you will find out? Some of the most common artwork, especially in rap and Hollywood, is to cover yourself in blood. Like DMX, Tupac, Eminem, we can go down a list of rappers. We know it. We didn't think nothing of it. It's a concept we grew up with in religion about being covered in the blood. Guess what? This is Satanism. Let me show you something. This is everything we do today And I can show y'all this stuff right now before I go into UNESCO. Africans take a goat and they slit the neck of the goat and drink the blood and cover themselves in it. And in their culture, they teach that the goat is symbolic of healing, power, and all this. Now, guess what? You may say, man, that's crazy, and talk crap about the Africans. But guess what? You do the same thing. You just don't literally cut the goat neck. You call the goat Christ. And you talk about being covered in his blood. You talk about him shedding his blood so you can be covered in it and be saved and all that. The concept of Christianity come from Africa. This is a fact that world religion started in Africa. Now we finna go into Pan-Africanism. Pan is a goat god that plays a flute. And what Pan means is, and check this out now, according to the ancestors, all life in the universe originated where the compasses point. Where do the compasses point? To 0 degrees. What's at 0 degrees? Something called a North Pole. Why do all compasses point to the North Pole, y'all? Because the foundation of all life in the universe is based on the laws of electromagnetism, which is why the symbol of God was an electric bolt, Zeus, and it became Jesus, or who you call Christ today. Now check this out, y'all. The North Pole is the source of everything there is. But when they started personifying the North Pole, it became everything we see today in religion, as far as what we call God, but the word God is really guide. You know that the North Pole is our guide, especially if you in a ship in the ocean and you got a compass. The North is our guide. We use North Star technology and all that to this day. But check this out. What Pan-Africanism is, it started in the 40s with Adolf Hitler. Now, why was Adolf Hitler targeted? Don't you know every military in the world came together and put their beef aside to get Hitler? Guess what I studied and found out? Hitler was going to war against the fake Jews that took over our government. Guess what? And I can't say too much because anti-Semitism can get you flagged in this country. But the people that Hitler was going to war with, guess what? They run the central banks and all that today. Hitler was saying how if these people ever got in power, the world can hang it up as far as inflation and all that. Don't you know that the swastika represents a vortex? And the swastika was like a ninja star. It was the same symbol. And that the Celtic people turned that into the Star of Bethlehem. Check this out, y'all. Don't you know that Hitler called his people Nazis? And the name Nazi, the Z and the G were interchangeable. You get what I'm saying? G and Z are interchangeable. A lot of y'all know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying Nazi was Nagi. And Nagi was Naga, which became the word nigger. Nigger. Now, guess what? We are the Nagas or the Neckers. And guess what? You can go and research poetry that was written by Hitler. Hitler wrote a lot of poetry about black people in America, and they didn't tell us about it. Hitler went from being in a Time magazine as the man of the year to being a world-hated, most hated man overnight. And you got to ask yourself why. Don't believe the hype. Check this out, y'all. If Hitler was alive right now, the world will be different. And I know this sounds crazy, right? But check this out. Do you know what Hitler was fighting for? Ask yourself that, or do you hear it from one side? Hitler had the same ideology as Nikola Tesla. And guess what that was? Free energy for the world. There's a group of people that want to charge for energy and a group of people that don't. The whole foundation of all inflation is energy. Energy cost is what drives sales up or down. And when you find out energy is the most abundant thing in the universe, that's when you'll get mad. That's why Tesla was saying we shouldn't pay for energy. Tesla was saying every action you take creates energy. And we can make technology where your jog in the morning can power your house for a month. Think about that. That was thinking green in the 40s. But guess what? The coal companies and fuel industries, they couldn't have a motherfucker talking about thinking green in the 40s when they had another 70 years of burning gas and fuel to make money off us with. This man would have stopped the whole industry. You know, Tesla was talking about using compressed air to fuel your car and then releasing the air, and that'll propel your car forward. China made a damn railroad with that idea, that's with the wheels levitating off the rail using magnetism. They did that years ago. It's free to use that shit because it's just free energy. The energy free. Think if everything that's using electricity right now, it was free to use that electricity. What that would do to the economy. That will boost the economy, and every citizen would actually see the benefit of that overnight. All of your taxes, the reason stuff costs the way it costs, everything boils down to energy costs. And guess what? You can't create energy. You can only harness it. Why am I talking about energy? Because when I get into UNESCO, you're going to see what the Pan-African movement was all about. Energy is being created at the center of the earth. But panning means, if you ever use the radio, you know what a pan knob is on the radio? If the pan knob ain't pan left or right, if it's just at zero, that zero is the North Pole. Now, when the pan knob is pointed at zero, is what the Bible telling you to be upright. It's standing vertical. It ain't leaning. It ain't crooked. When the pan knob is pointed at zero, it's balanced. It's equal. If you turn it left, you're going to get more music in the left ear than the right ear, and vice versa. So we keep the pan knob at zero. Pan-Africanism was a religion that was to redefine our point of origin on earth. Meaning, since the beginning of time, with this ancient cosmology I teach y'all, people been teaching that all of life originate from 0 degrees, the North Pole. And in our time, they changed it to all life come from Africa. That would be like taking a pan knob that was pointed at 0 degrees and pointing it toward Egypt. It's leaning now. Ever since then, guess what? You've had a tilted earth as well. You know, an earth with a tilted axis that's crooked and pointed. All of the ancient cosmology got the North Pole standing upright and saying that all of the life come from the middle. Now, let's go into UNESCO, why I brought that up. UNESCO is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Think about that, y'all. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. It's a specialized agency of the United Nations aimed at promoting world peace and security through international cooperation in education, arts, sciences, and culture. Why is that important? You ever heard of social engineering? Everything you think about yourself come from ideologies that come from the people that I just read about. The concept of you being a black man or a black woman came out of the 40s and 50s. We didn't give ourselves these titles or this history. In other words, everything you read in your history book about Columbus founding Americans, Americans being brought from Africa, Columbus founding America, blacks being brought from Africa to America like the movie Woman King. Why do Hollywood make all these movies? Because they want to reinforce this false history in your mind that you are a fucking immigrant over here. And not only that you're an immigrant, but your only purpose for being here was a slave. Guess what, y'all? The oldest pyramids on this land, they look like motherfucking Gucci Mane. You heard what I said? We know about the Olmecs. The Olmec statues are these colossal heads like Stonehenge. We know that. And they look like somebody in your family. How do you got statues with motherfuckers with cornrows and you telling me we just got here with Columbus? But you telling me this statue date back way pre-Columbian. And it resembles Negroid features, but you also telling me, oh, the niggas ain't get here to slavery. What is the big agenda, and why do Hollywood want to play their part in it? Because every time they come out with a movie, it's the glorification of your so-called African roots, which, guess what, don't exist. They don't exist. If niggas was from Africa, and now I gotta zoom in on my, let you see my face, because I'm tired of playing with these Pan-Africans. This what I'm telling you. If niggas was from Africa, why ain't the African tribes, like in the movie Woman King? That king in the movie Woman King said, we sold you our people, we ain't doing it no more. You ever thought about this? Like I tell you, I was in the American military. They will turn around and go get a dead body if it's American soldier. They taught us don't leave nobody behind. They taught us if a nigga got 50 shots in him, you turn around and risk your life to go get that wounded American soldier so his family can bury him and get closure. Now check this out. I'm going to be honest with you. You might not like this. I fuck with the white man's loyalty way better than the Africans. Because check this out. The Africans saying, yeah, we sold our people. And now that we ain't selling them no more, we don't even want to go get them back. You can have them, white man. Good riddance. You ever notice when niggas get on a plane and go to Africa, and they been looking at all this Hollywood shit, the Lion King and all this stuff? You ever know when they go over there to finally meet Mufasa, that when they get off the plane, the Africans don't say, welcome home, my brother. They trying to sell you shit. They call your ass, they gonna call, right, they gonna call your ass a tourist. They gonna say, welcome to Africa, American, you tourist. What you want to buy? Can I come in? Mm-hmm. So I dated. You gotta, you want to speak on the mic, Mom? I don't want this. Okay. I dated an African Nigeria. You remember that African guy I dated out here? And he would always tell me, Nancy, you black women, never said you African woman. Always tell me, black women. Black women love perfume. Black women love lipstick. So yeah, if we was from Africa, are you African? No, he always addressed me black woman. So My mom, matter of fact, I'm gonna show y'all some. See, my mom's dated an African guy, like she said, and he always addressed my mom as black woman, you black woman, not you African woman. Africans don't think we them. And when you get off that plane, you're going to get the tourist treatment, not the welcome home treatment. And your heart going to be broke because you done set your ass here and you done watch Coming to America. You done watch The Lion King. Yep, you watch Roots. You done watched all this shit. And when you get over there, guess what you would think? Right. And you would think it'll be motherfuckers over there saying, hey man, we gonna try to help you. Right, and we gonna try to help you reunite with your tribe that you was separated from. So Pan-Africans, cut the crap. I'm gonna tell you something about Pan-Africans. Pan-Africans don't go to Africa looking for their lost tribe. You know what they do? The same shit the white man do. They go over there trying to buy land and colonize and capitalize and do business. They go over there as capitalists. They take their black ass over to Africa as capitalists. They ain't going over there as lost sheep of Shabazz. They ain't going over there as the let's reunite it and it feels so good. It ain't none of that. Everybody going in the name of business. Pan-Africanism should be Pan-African capitalism. And again, UNESCO was founded in the UK, and the dudes that you see on the screen, you can trace their money, all of they goddamn money. We want to count the pockets, they shit going to UNESCO. All of this pantheon of sellouts that I got on the screen, all of they pay go to UNESCO. Now, all of these niggas are Pan-Africans. Why do they got on Wall Street suits? These dudes look like businessmen and look like they should be on Wall Street. Where are they dashikis at? I'm about to put mine on. Get the likes up, y'all. Get the likes up. Get the numbers up. I'm about to go dashiki and spear. We're going to make this fun for the Pan-Africans. Now, check this out, y'all. We don't got no hate. We don't got no hate for our African brothers and sisters. But what we're not going to do is let an African dude tell us you're from Africa, but not tell us the tribe we from and all that. See, what I found out was a lot of Pan-Africans, they told your ass the truth. They said a white man indoctrinated you, gave you Jesus, gave you the Bible. But he didn't set you free neither. He just gave you a new Christianity with his face on it. So the white man told you from Israel, and then the Pan-African told you from Egypt. You ain't from neither one. I found out black folks don't mind being fooled by another black person, because the shit that we let the white man, we don't let him get away with it, but we'll let a black man get away with it. We won't let the white man tell us we from Africa. We'll say, what I'm saying is we won't let the white man give us the Bible and religion, most of y'all in the chat room, right? But you'll let the black man give you Kemeticism. See, everything about the Egyptian origins that y'all glorify is dealing with the same religion of getting up from the dead, resurrection, and all that. That's what the mummy was. Being wrapped in a white robe and getting up out the tomb one day to walk again. This is the religion of ancient Egypt. Again, that's why the pyramid is on your dollar, folks. The pyramid on your dollars is accepted by all of the gods in the world. In other words, all world religions have a God. All of those gods take prepaid, debit, MasterCard, Visa, and American currency and all the currencies of the world. You know why? Because the word God come from ancient Egypt and it just meant landlord. It's the dude that owned the land that we all living on and we got to pay him taxes. They didn't say president, senator. They said Lord, God in the ancient day. And today we still say Lord God, but we thinking we talking to a dude, a spirit that's supreme, but we're talking to a dead spirit of an invader, a dead spirit of, if we can meet the gods that we pray to, these would have been evil, racist motherfuckers that hung your ancestors. You got to think, you celebrate St. Patrick Day and you follow the same religion of St. Patrick. You know how many niggas St. Patrick killed? St. Patrick almost made the pygmy go extinct with his crusades. All of the Christian crusades made our ancestors damn near go extinct. And the few niggas that was left accepted Christ and shut the fuck up. Or they accepted whatever God in that region. If you were conquered by the Arabs, you became a Muslim people. But the thing is this, over time, these groups of people start asking questions like, who are we? And that happened in the 40s and 50s and all that. We had a cultural explosion, what they call the neo-pagan movement. Go look it up. I'm giving you homework. Go look it up, folks. The neo-pagan movement. In the neo-pagan movement, Americans were seeking cultural identity, in particular blacks. They didn't even call us Black Americans then. They were still trying to decide on a title for who we were. And while the world was trying to decide on a title for who we were trying to decide on a title for who we were. Guess what? 50 years later, we're still trying to decide on a title for who we are. And so is the world. So you know what the scientists of the world did to end that debate on who is black people? They came with this World Peace Agency in the 40s. The swastika literally is a vortex that symbolizes the North Pole. We can't understand German language, but if you can listen to a lot of what Hitler was saying for yourself and read his book, you will see. And it's only so much you can say about Hitler without, let me just be quiet, but he wasn't a madman. But check this out, y'all. This organization, UNESCO, was basically, they had to go around the whole world with the Vatican and a modern day Inquisition. And they went around making new Bibles. Some of your Bibles was printed, modern day Bibles was printed around this time, like some of these, like the Gideon Bibles and different versions of the Bible. Like a lot, like I wouldn't be surprised. I think even the Mormon Bible came out in the 40s, 50s, all that. You got to ask yourself, what was this huge Scientology movement in the 40s? It was silenced after the death of Hitler. And then the only thing we heard about this shit was years later with Scientology and Ron L. Hubbard, Scientology merging with the Nation of Islam. Remember, we used to say in the end of days there will be one world religion on earth. And that's what I'm telling you. The one world religion is telling everybody that we from Africa. So the agents that, remember, we say the word agents all the time. Here are guys that literally work for an agency. They were literally agents for an agency. And they were implants in our community because we didn't know, like, a lot of the dudes on this thumbnail and Dr. Ben and like, they got streets named after this dude in Harlem. like Marcus Garvey, all of these powerful black figures, they were foreigners. Like Marcus Garvey silenced a lot of niggas like me and you who were born and raised in America. He came over here and got ahead of you, just like these Africans and immigrants do today. Why? Because his package is in place for them and shit. It's a whole agenda to put the immigrant on top. Because, and that's my whole thing with Tariq Nasheed calling his shit foundational black Americans. You don't gotta like Tariq Nasheed, but you gotta respect the plight. The plight is a direct response to them trying to group us in the same bracket as Africans and all of them, but still treat the foreigners better. You got, see, I ain't no political nigga. I don't like to get into how the government giving immigrants perks, but not us. But I know that exists. But that's what I'm saying, why that's true. Like, you could start a lot of government, scientific, religious 501(c) entities under the concept of teaching black people who they are. And you can be a tax-free organization like a church, a mosque, and all that. Because why? That's a religion. Ain't the pastor trying to teach black people who they are? Ain't the rabbi trying to teach the blacks who they are? Ain't the Buddhist trying to tell them you from Buddha? Ain't everybody trying to tell you from my God? You from my shit. Because when you sincerely want to know who you are and you go to asking people in the world, you forget we live in a capitalistic world. People gonna tell you what make money, not what it's the truth. So, promoting this UNESCO agenda is what Pan-Africanism is all about, all right? And let's go ahead and start with our video of the pseudoscience.
It's coming together.
But we don't use this word too much in science, probably because it will lead to black people. So we don't want to lead any information to black people because we want to establish that black people are dumb. So if you start using this word melanin, you're going to say, well, who has the most melanin? What are we talking about here? So every time they have a melanin conference in the world, which is every 3 years, the Germans come, the Italians come, the U.S. comes, the Canadians come, but no one black is ever invited or has ever.
Now let me talk about that, because niggas been saying that for years. Every time they have a melanin conference, there's no one black invited. Why there are blacks at the melanin conference? Let me tell you why, Dr. Africa. Because blacks didn't create the word melanin. Blacks wouldn't even be saying the word melanin out of their mouth if it wasn't for a white man. The white man came up with the concept and theory of melanin and told the black man, you got the most of it. Why would the white man do that though? And why would the white man have a conference about some I got the most of and not have me there? None of it makes sense, do it? The melanin conference is literally like the Nicene Council. It's basically a conference that's reconfirming the religion of Pan-Africanism. It has nothing to do with no melanin. And guess what, y'all? We can debate this while we at it tonight. Melanin don't even exist. I grew up listening to Dr. Africa talk about all the wonderful things about melanin, and you can't talk about Pan-Africanism without talking about melanin, right? But check this out. We're gonna dive deep into the concept of melanin. When you go to asking these guys, well, okay, I got melanin and a white man don't. Whoop-de-doo. Then they'll say, man, you hate yourself. How you ain't proud of your melanin? And the black man got plenty of melanin in his skin. The white man gotta use sunblock. See, y'all, I'm gonna say some real shit that you probably never thought about. I trade my melanin right now for the white man's financial savvy. I'm going to say that shit again. I know a lot of folks going to call me a coon, but that's why I get paid the big bucks. Now check this out, guys. I'm going to say this shit again. If my melanin only good for me not to use sunblock, then goddamn it, the nature, whoever gave me this melanin, you can have this shit back. Check it out. You telling me when God made humans, he gave a white man all the military smart, all of the monetary smarts. He gave the Chinese, the Asian man, all the electronics and monetary smart. And then he gave a black man the ability to not be able to use suntan lotion. Give me some more benefits of my melanin, and maybe I can take pride in it. But so far, what I'm saying, melanin hasn't equated to melanated people's success. If you look in the world, the least melanated people are doing the best. And they say, well, man, that proves because we the melanated people, we the chosen people of God, we going through the most. I don't want to be chosen for that no more. Think about it. You're God's chosen people. And God's chosen people, is prophecy says they're going to be slaves for 400 plus years. That's in the Bible and prophecy. Nobody in the world want to be God's chosen people because nobody want to be a slave. You got to ask yourself, what is this God choosing me for? To pick cotton. You see the trick? You being God's chosen people was there to make you a good slave. And now what Pan-Africans did, they taught us modern Negroes that the slaves that was picking cotton down in the South and all these places came here from Africa. And that the African folklores that we were singing became our gospel music and Christian hymns today. People, we weren't singing African folklores. We were singing about our dead loved ones that we just saw got lynched. We was singing about the dead people that we were seeing getting lynched around us and tortured. And guess what? They had to stop you from singing about that and make you sing about their dead. And when you talk about these Pan-Africans, they got you glorifying Egyptian history. That don't got nothing to do with who you are. So if I press play on this video with Layla Africa, you'll get a glimpse into some of the stuff that I grew up listening to. Check this stuff out. Let me hit play.
Ever attended the melanin conference. And that's done on purpose. Primarily because melanin is how you deal with military. How you send a space capsule out of space to the deep.
I told y'all this was a religion. My bad. I muted the speaker instead of the mic. Let's replay this. This man said melanin is how you send a space capsule to outer space. He said because the tip of the spaceship is coated in melanin. No one asked this man where did they get the melanin from. He's saying that because it's coated in melanin, it can go through the thermosphere, but if you put a dark-skinned nigga in a burning house, it's gonna burn his dark-skinned ass up just like a white man. See, we believe a lot of shit because it sound good, like talking snakes, people walking on water. But check this out, y'all. This man just told you they coat the tip of the rocket in melanin, and that's how it can pass through a thermosphere that's over 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm a black man. I've been in a sauna before. And a white man can stay in that bitch longer than me. So how is it that the melanin in my skin make me withstand more heat than him? Because that's the argument. We're going to talk about a conversation tonight that a lot of folks don't want to have, because to tell the truth about it will get you called a coon. But check this out, y'all. Listen.
Don't have a melanin coating on it. When it comes back into Earth, it'll burn up. So they coat the space capsule with the synthetic melanin. So that's used for a lot of things. That's how they imitated what you call a computer chip. So how can we store this information? They said, well, let's store it the way melanin is shaped. So
People, this is a bunch of malarkey. And the truth is that information is stored in the mind, not the melanin. And one thing about government and religion, they never want you unlocking the power of your mind. Everybody know that the most dangerous weapons on earth is a nigga using his mind. Now check this out, y'all. It ain't a nigga using his Bible. It ain't a nigga using his Quran. That don't scare these folks. Use your mind and see how big of a threat and a target you become. Now, when we start using our mind, we can say, guess what? All of my information is stored in my mind, and can't nobody debate that with me. Can't nobody debate that. In other words, they saying your childhood memories is stored in your melanin. Yeah, I've been researching melanin for a long time. And just like Christ and Buddha and Allah, it's the end all be all for all things. You could just replace the word melanin with God and it'll flow perfectly. It's a religion.
So they imitated melanin and they call that a computer chip. So every time you get into this science, you say, some kind of reason we end up with this melanin issue. Every time. That's what they call stem cells. That's melanin.
It's coming together.
But we don't use this word too much in science, probably because it will lead to black people. So we don't want to lead any information to black people because we want to establish that black people are dumb. So if you start using this word melanin, you're going to say, well, who has the most melanin? What are we talking about here? So every time they have a melanin conference.
Now, if you're a black person who need a pat on the back, this shit gonna have you shouting hallelujah. But if you're a nigga who needs not his ego stroked, but his mind stimulated, listen what I'm gonna tell you right here. I'm gonna replay this, and like I always do, video reviews, commentary. Let's get it. Watch this.
What are we talking about here? So every time they have a melanin conference in the world, which is every 3 years, the Germans come, the Italians come, the U.S. comes, the Canadians come, but no one black is ever invited or has ever attended the melanin conference.
Why?
And that's done on purpose. Primarily because melanin is how you deal with military. It's how you send a space capsule out of space, because if you don't have a melanin coating on it, when it comes back into Earth, it'll burn up. So they coat the space capsule with the synthetic melanin. So that's used for a lot of things. That's how they imitated what you call a computer chip. So how can we store this information? They said, well, let's store it the way melanin is shaped. So they imitated melanin and they call that a computer chip. So every time you get into this science, you say, some kind of reason we end up with this melanin issue. Every time. That's what they call stem cells. That's melanin.
It's coming together.
But we don't use this word too much in science, probably because it will lead to black people. So we don't want to lead any information to black people because we want to establish that black people are dumb. So if you start using this word melanin, you're going to say, well, who has the most melanin? What are we talking about here? So every time they have a melanin conference.
So who has the most melanin? And they said who have the most melanin got the most soul power. And this is why I say it's another religion. Because you got to use your mind. If there's an equal and just creator, that sits above all, he wouldn't give no human an advantage over the next. Or she wouldn't. He wouldn't. Whatever it is. Yeah, guys, I didn't think we would have this many people in the house tonight. Now, y'all, I'm shocked now. 1,300 people, man. Y'all hit the like button. For real, this is my backup channel. This got more people here tonight than my biggest channel. Yeah, I didn't anticipate this. Y'all just want to see some shits and some debates in that, right? Check this out, y'all. I want to put this Pan-Africanism on trial. We finna put it on trial. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do too? I'm going to put the link out for any Pan-Africans. Let it be known if you want to smoke and debate.
In the world, which is every 3 years, the Germans come, the Italians come, the U.S. comes, the Canadians come, but no one black is ever invited or has ever attended the Melanin Conference. And that's done on purpose. Primarily because melanin is how you deal with military. It's how you send a space capsule out of space, because if you don't have a melanin coating on it, when it comes back into Earth, it'll burn up. So they coat the space capsule with the synthetic melanin. So that's used for a lot of things.
Let's take a break, y'all.
Brosanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Brosanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah.
I'm trying to point something out to y'all that's deep. This man said without melanin, we can't go to space. That's why I told you this is some kind of occult religion, and all of them in on it, far as I'm concerned. Because check it out. What they calling melanin is the pineal gland. And without your pineal gland, you can't even have dreams. You know what the pineal gland is? It's the scientific word for something we call the mind. The pineal gland is the scientific word. It means the pinnacle, pineal, pinnacle. Jacob in the Bible met God on the mountain of Pineal. Go look it up in the Bible. Learn how to decipher the text, y'all. The place that Jacob saw the face of God at was called Peniel. That's the word, ancient medieval Christian word pineal that we use today for pineal. The pineal gland is the crown chakra, the most high, or the face of God, or the Africans call it the seat of the soul. This is the true self. This the part, see, when your body stop breathing, your mind still keep thinking. And don't you know in a hospital, they said that even when a person breathe a last breath, they still detect high amounts of activity in the brain and the neural network. See what I'm saying, guys? So, pineal, remember that. Now listen, some of this pseudoscience out here though, real quick. We're gonna get into it. Mic check. If y'all can hear me, let me drop a one real quick if y'all can hear me. We about to continue with this next video review. Then we're gonna allow the Pan-Africans up. Thank y'all for getting the numbers up tonight.
This evening we're going to talk about something called melanin. It's what everyone is concerned about in the world. It's what
everyone ain't concerned about melanin in the world. Only agents and imposters concerned about it. Everybody else concerned about survival and economics. Only weirdos are out here concerned about melanin.
They have a meeting about every 3 to 5 years. Germany, Italy, France, the U.S., they meet every 3 to 5 years and have a melanin convention and discuss the latest research in melanin. They have never invited a black scientist to that meeting in history. So we have had our own melanin conferences where we discuss this information involving melanin. Melanin is commonly associated with the pigment that causes your skin to be brown.
He said melanin is commonly associated with the pigment that causes your skin to be brown. And what you can say is that the people with the most melanin will have a brownish skin. We can say that like that should be a fact. And if melanin have all of these perks, then the people with the darkest skin would have the advantage over everybody else. But we don't see that in the world, though. All men are equal under God.
So we figure that that's what melanin is about. But it's a little more than just the pigment that makes your skin brown. It's what we call the chemical key to life. The more melanin you have, the more civilized you are.
So why the people with the most melanin today would be the least civilized by definition? The people with the most melanin today have a music culture of least civilized. We gotta learn that truth will set us free and not emotionalism. Madon, I'm gonna start off the first call with you because I know you are guaranteed smoke and we'll rotate everybody else in. If you in a waiting room and you ain't no smoke, then I'm a see, but we'll see. But we stay in the waiting room. We'll rotate you in. Madon, let me get a mic check from you. How you doing, man?
What's poppin', Sanchez? What's happening, homie?
Oh man, I look, I'm having fun, my brother. So what have I said tonight you want to correct me on and start the smoke, man?
Well, so far I'm just hearing you out. You know, I'm the type I like to hear a person all the way out before I make an argument. So I'm still hearing you out. I'm still listening to what you were saying with the video with Dr. Africa. You know what I mean? But I do agree with Dr. Africa that we do need to check and see about these conferences if they are having them. You know?
I know, yeah. I have checked on those conferences. You want to know what happened at them?
What that?
They saying how many more years can we convince black people that melanin is real?
So is these the conference that the whites and the Europeans are having?
not just whites and Europeans, every other country besides black people are at these melanin conferences.
Yeah, I heard the brother say that, and that's kind of interesting.
And the thing is, they don't like, it's a secret what's being talked about, and they want us to speculate that it's the harvesting of melanin because it's some super juice.
Well, I mean, I think he might have a point. You know, anytime we find out that they find where they don't want us in there, it's definitely some undermining.
You know what I'm gonna do?
What's that?
I'm gonna put you right in the waiting room, and I'm gonna bring you back up with everybody. Cause guess what? You ain't enough, man. I need a handicap match. I need a bunch of people coming at me at once. Cause guess what? You know what, man? I need some real Pan-Africans too. Cause you more of a Kemetic guy. Why do you call yourself Madon Kemet versus Madon America?
Well, you know, when I first started out back in like 2000, 2001, I was in Texas and I heard brothers talking about Oswarquesi. And I needed a new rap name. You know, I was called Be Strong, but when I got on YouTube and MySpace came back, it was 1,000 of them. So I had to come up with something that ain't nobody had. So I came up with Madon Kemet just to stand out. And I was studying in ancient Egypt at the time.
Okay. All right.
But I am a Pan-African.
Salutes. We're going to pick your brain on that. Salutes to everybody on the call. If you are a Pan-African, unmute your mic and let me get a mic check. How you doing? Or if you hear it for smoke, unmute your mic. You got it first.
Hey, dig this, bro. All right, would you say would you say all right, when we dealing with melanin, right? Mm-hmm. Would you say the properties are not the properties, but the power of melanin would be false and melanin would just be pigment? Or is you saying melanin don't exist at all?
I'm saying melanin don't exist at all because the concept of melanin is linked to a hormone that's responsible for pigmentation, that's also responsible for your spiritual connection to the universe. And when you go to look at what Pan-Africans teach, they teach that NASA can't go to space without melanin. And that's why I say it's one big religion, because remember now, they don't want us to astral project. They don't want us to be multidimensional. Remember, before we was worshiping blackness and melanin, we was worshiping darkness and meditation. That's what the original prayer was. You meditated, and we went to alternate realities. We was able to go out the body, and the way out the body, the key to getting out the body was the darkness. And they turned that darkness into just us worshiping melanin now. Pigmentation. You see what they just want to hide the truth. That's what the religious order was all about. The real truth was we're infinite beings and the mind is infinite. It can't die. And that mind is a black hole. And that black hole is now called a black substance that they call melanin. And he said you needed to go to space. Really, you need darkness to dream. It's that simple. They saying you need melanin to go to outer space. That's what they saying today. But what they was originally saying was you need to access the darkness in order to dream and astral project, REM sleep, shit like that. Darkness versus melanin and blackness. They made it a skin thing when it was an inner mind thing. They made it outer when it was inner.
Yeah, that's interesting because I'm kind of getting alien out of melanin, like man is the alien, and then you said that's kind of deep. Yeah, that's deep. But y'all go ahead. I just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, these Pan-Africans are, as far as I'm concerned, all UNESCO agents, because a lot of them over here being divisive, like what Marcus Garvey was doing to the FBA brothers like Booker T, all of them brothers that was over here during that movement. We know more about Marcus Garvey than the black men, foundational black Americans that was over here making noise, like W.E.B. Du Bois and all them.
And here go the trick that Pan Africans not understanding. Once they get you to admit or say you're from Africa, you have no states over here now. You have no stake over here. You're from Africa, so cool. Once they put that African American stigma on you, they're basically saying you don't own shit over here. You from over there and we babysitting you. That's what African American means. So I wish black people would quit saying they're African American. You are American. Let them say they're European American. Let them say they're Chinese American. Let everybody else say whatever they want to say. But call yourself American, man. That's what you is. But y'all go ahead.
Well, when it comes to melanin, I think it, like I said before, Sanchez, this is what's going on in my mind. We as a people, we got a zeal with melanin, but not according to knowledge.
I don't understand.
Yeah, zeal with it. Like we got a connection with it, but we don't fully understand how it fully works and operates.
Well, you can't connect with something you don't understand.
Well, we getting a connection with it. That's why brothers like Dr. Layla Africa brought out.
Can you just tell me? Can you give us an understanding of it, and maybe we can connect with it? How about that?
Well, basically, light. I think it goes back to carbon and light. Well, light beings and melanin is basically a derivative of carbon, which all goes back to light. Which when it comes to light, we know light as a sponge to information. You can soak it up, you can spread it out, vice versa. So to me, melanin is basically carbon at a low state, which mostly brown skinned people have a lot of doses of.
Okay. What is carbon?
Carbon is basically it's just the element of the earth.
Man, listen. See, I'm asking you what melanin is, and you ain't giving it to me for real. You telling me it's carbon. Now I'm asking you what carbon is, and you don't know what that is. See, I'm a summarize this for everybody. I told him to give us an understanding of melanin, and we can start right there. He said melanin is just carbon, basically. So I said, give us an understanding of carbon. And you see he failing to do that. What these folks will do, they'll tell you one thing is another thing. And what you got to do is we'll tell them to give me the definition of that other thing. And if they say, well, carbon is aluminum, I'm going to say, well, define aluminum. Well, aluminum is zinc. Well, define zinc. I'm going to make you still give me a definition. And you can't just give me a renaming of the thing.
Well, from my understanding, carbon is just an element of the earth that's within the dirt, soil. Like I believe what the scripture says, from dust I came. So when it comes to me, to my understanding of melanin is basically like the brother Lala Africa said. It's a different pigment that makes up inside the body that don't exist just inside the skin, but melanin is all through the body. And different people have different amounts of it.
Okay,
but
so now I got to pull up what carbon is. People, here go carbon right here. People, you know how you get carbon? With charring, with the charring effect. The word, let me break some down to y'all that nobody would never ever teach you. Guess where the word carbon come from? And listen, you can go and take me to the bank on this, baby. Check this out. The word carbon come from two words, car and bond. C-A-R-B-O-N. Let me break them down. C-A-R is the word C-H-A-R, which is char. Char. You know, like charcoal. And bond is the word bone. Guess what? Let me show you how you can make carbon right now. Watch this. Here goes some carbon right here. Guess what carbon is, y'all? I can't make this up. You want to know what carbon is, y'all? Charred bone. Charred anything becomes carbon. The word carbon is char bone, which comes from two words, charred bone, and the number for carbon is 6, which is the biblical number of man, and dealing with 666, the fallen angel, the darkness, and all that, and being resurrected in the flesh. This is why the God set was dark black like carbon. Because what it represents is when you test going through the fire, turns you black. When fire touches things, it chars them. And when we started cooking and sacrificing dead people, the bones turned black. We charred the bone, and what we created, we started learning about how when we burnt trees or burnt anything, if you didn't completely burn it, then what was left was a type of thing that could hold heat better. Like charcoal ain't nothing but pre-burnt wood. Charcoal ain't nothing but something that's already charred and pre-burnt, and because of that, it can hold heat. It can be like how your charcoals turn hot orange and stuff. But if it was just a tree bark, it'll burn. You can never get the smoke to cook the meat. It'll just stay fire because it's still a tree bark. If you go watch a documentary on how to make charcoal, guess how you make it? You chop little pieces of wood up in blocks and you char it. You char it black and then you cool it off. And then guess what? That's charcoal now. Next time you heat it up, it can hold the heat like charcoal. You just take regular wood, burn it black, char it, and that's charcoal. So that's where the word carbon come from, charred bone. And this says pigments through the ages. But see, a lot of folks that say the word carbon don't know that when we talk about blackness and we talk about carbon, we're talking about a chemical reaction. That's how you get carbon, by burning. So if I ask black people, how did you get your carbonated black skin? They said we was the first people in the sun. We've been under the sun longer than white folks, so our skin has become charred and we can absorb more heat than a white man. That's why the white man like the cold weather and we like the hot weather, because black folks really think they're a piece of fucking charcoal. Because charcoal can absorb heat better. You get what I'm saying? We think we're charcoal. Now check this out, y'all. When you look at this word carbon or charred bone, guess what? It explains how a bone go from being white to black. Black people use the same theory of charred bone or charred bonation, carbonation, carbonation, to explain how we become from white to black. Hold on, what you say? What you say, Brother Sanchez? White to black? Yep, that's what I just said. And I meant every bit of it. Think about what I just said. We going from... Oh, my God! Listen, we going from white to black. Meaning, for black folks to use the theory of charred bone or carbone, melanin theory, you see how I'm dissecting their ideology, y'all? Because I studied it, man. I know this stuff. We're using the theory of melanin, which is the theory of carbone, which is charred bone, to explain how we become black. That's how a white bone become a black bone. But guess what we're saying? That the first people on earth was white, and that they had to be charred over time by the sun, which is the source of fire, for them to become black, which still, now that will make white people first. that mean black folks only get their blackness as a mutation or a chemical reaction with the sun. And that chemical reaction don't sit well with white people, but it sit well with us. People, this is easy for me because I understand folks' beliefs and ideologies more than they do. Who want the mic after that, man? Where the Pan-African that want to step up to this?
And another thing they got...
Any smoke, then let the echoes go, but then let the smoke go first. But salutes to everybody on the panel, man. Y'all got it.
Am I is it able for me to go right now, or was somebody ahead?
Drop first if it ain't no smoke.
Okay, well this might be considered a little smoke. It may be some truth to some of the things that they're saying. Are you familiar with the researchers that did the DNA analysis worldwide? And when they got their report, they copyrighted it so it couldn't be public.
They are called
geneticists.
I got you. They are called CNBC.
Okay. Now, when I first heard that, I was a little like peculiar about it because I don't really believe shit that they put out like that. But something caught my eye.
They debunked that stuff. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah. Now, remember we was talking about watching movies and how they put a little bit in the movies to like when you posted the Stranger Things and it had the womb and the fire. And remember, I'm the one who put you on Black Mirror. Now, the reason I like, the reason I like feeding you the information, because even if it's something you don't agree with, you would go look at it and then you'll bring back some shit that I ain't even noticed. So have you ever, what they consider to be the different characteristic of the DNA was the 9-series DNA? Are you familiar with that?
They call it junk DNA?
No, they didn't call it junk. They were saying that a person that has the most strands has the, yeah. So they were saying it has the most probability for genius talent. Now,
that's called a God gene.
Yeah, they say that if you want, whatever with the God.
Well, that's
thing,
what they coined it.
Yeah, they do. That's
listen,
true. That's true.
I'm gonna help you out. If you want, listen, I got you. If you want anybody to just jump right to what you saying, just say they call it the God gene. They'll know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Okay, facts. Now, when I heard that, I'm like, I'm still not really feeling it or whatever. But have you ever seen the movie District 9? Nah. All right. You get a chance, go watch that movie. Go ahead and put that in your notes. District 9. Okay. Now, when they did a report on that DNA, they said they found that the people in Africa had the 9 series. You still with me? Let's go. All right, check this out. When they asked them, did they test the so-called African Americans, they said no, because we figured they came out of Africa anyway, so they have this DNA. Now, I don't want to spoil the movie for you, but I want you to remember this or put this in your notes. They didn't check African Americans, and they put the movie in Africa. When you see that, now, do you know what the word strict means when you break it down in a certain terminology? Because I know you do root words and all that.
Hey, look, I got to expedite it. Do me a favor. Go ahead and make your point. We going to get it. Trust me.
Okay, cool. Now, the word strict means coming together. The movie is District 9. You know what this means? Now, the word "dis" itself is Jamaican.
Brother, I'm going to just be honest with you.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm hearing you, but when you come up here tonight making your argument solely off a movie called District 9, that's the proper way to reference a movie, but I'm going to let you continue.
No. I was just bringing up the point that they put things in movies because you brought that point several times when you did a lot of lectures and they were good.
I got you, but that's why I'm telling you to go ahead and decipher the movie to how it relate to real life the way your boy doing, because we want to see what we ready for you to hit that nail on it.
Go ahead. Cool. So, spoiler alert. In this movie, when they did the previews, they never showed the aliens at first. They was all, because it's about aliens and a ship that arrived. And when they arrived, they was malnourished. They were shitting on top of each other. All the things that they describe of the slave ship. You get what I'm saying? So in the movie, the Africans would not fuck with these people at all. The only ones that would fuck with them was the ones like that would be in the outskirts, the ghetto, and they even restricted them to a project.
I got a question though, man.
Go ahead, brosancheztv.
You started off saying you had something that may be considered smoke. The people still away from that part.
Okay, well, I just fall back because if I can't like break it down, it sounds like I'm just talking out the side of my neck.
Well, yeah, we can't. Yeah. I broke it down for the first. I really wanted to kind of give a breakdown and then have everybody come on for like smoke or either, you know, that
oh no,
really smoke.
See, it wasn't gonna really. It's smoke, but it would definitely tie into everything that you said about Hitler earlier, with the swastika and him writing the poetry about the people in the black, so-called black people in the Americas and all this was gonna tie in together. But just if you get a chance, I'd rather you break it down. Just go just like when I told you about the Black Mirror and them uploading the content. Another good thing I want you to check out. I'm not sure if you're a cartoon person.
I'm gonna check it out, brother. Let me go to the next caller, my brother, Mr. C.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, anybody on the call with smoke or how you doing, OG? I just want to spread the mic around, man. I ain't really I'm really on some Pan-African origins type, like with the DNA, the ancestry, like yeah.
Well, what was the rest of that? Cause I ain't seen that Dr. Africa video you had up in years. What was he saying after you paused it? I was wondering.
Let's play the video.
This evening we're going to talk about something called melanin. It's what everyone is concerned about in the world. It's what they have a meeting about every 3 to 5 years. Germany, Italy, France, the U.S., they meet every 3 to 5 years and have a melanin convention and discuss the latest research in melanin. They have never invited a black scientist to that meeting in history. So we have had our own melanin conferences where we discuss this information involving melanin. Melanin is commonly associated with the pigment that causes your skin to be brown. So we figure that that's what melanin is about. But it's a little more than just the pigment that makes your skin brown. It's what we call a chemical key to life. The more melanin you have, the more civilized you are.
And I disagree with that. We can prove that that is wrong. Because if he's saying the more melanin you have, the more civilized you are. If you want to know where the most lack of civilization is at, look where the most melanin is at. They even tell you, they even call it third world countries. That's a lack of civilization. Where the most, and we say the darkest skins are the most oppressed, the most separated from resources, water, civilization, electricity. So how can we have both of them? How can both be true?
Yeah, I ride with him on that. Yep. The more melanated,
no, it ain't.
The more.
No. The question was, how can both be true?
Based off the history on the planet.
The question is, if the question is the people with the most melanin are the most civilized, what's up with Chirac?
Well, that's because they're assimilated into another person's system. But when we look at Africa,
so the people with the most melanin, they can assimilate, and then it'll make them not use their melanin, because then they'll be even worse than the people without the melanin.
Yeah, once they turn what Dale Jones say, automatic remote control, synthetic genetics command your soul. So yes, the people in Africa and India and most melanated civilization we see on Earth have not went around conquering other people.
Check it out. You may say they didn't go around conquering other people. I'm going to say because they ain't stronger than them other people. If you look at the people that they stronger than, they conquer them like the gangs terrorizing their communities and playing knockout game with their grandmas and granddaddies. See, the people with melanin will use that melanin to terrorize other people with melanin. They don't terrorize no other folks because everybody else got technology that can hit a button and obliterate your ass. Which is the same reason why black folks stunt on other blacks, but they don't stunt on these rich folks who cut their checks. Come on, let's go to the next argument. The truth hurt, that's all, y'all. I'm going to drop a bomb, though, but you can go ahead, brother. You can go right on along. That's right.
Well, could I step in for a minute? I was just going to say, I wasn't going to say that it was melanin was either a good thing or a bad thing, but y'all go ahead.
We trying to prove the existence of it, period.
I was waiting to hear the rest of Dr. Africa.
No problem. You can't prove that. Yeah, before you press play, you can't prove the existence of it. So therefore, it would have to be a belief. But the whole thing is, pigment, since we can take melanin out, crime on your own people is spreaded through every race. Them goddamn Caucasians fucked each other up way worse than we ever did, right? Like in the Civil War, they was killing their own brother, their own daddy. If they had, you know how you go with Trump or Biden.
But drop, the argument is, how can we prove melanin? According to Dr. Africa, we can prove it based upon what you just said. The white man, when he went to war with himself, you saying he killed his people way more than when blacks go to war with each other. And my thing is, if that's what melanin is about, who can go to war with each other but kill each other the least, then melanin is choosing the lesser of two evils, because I want the shit that the people got that never went to war with each other. Melanin ain't saying I'm good enough to prevent war. Melanin is saying war gonna always exist, but I'ma just make you kill your people lesser than he killed his people.
Well, see, melanin.
Yeah, I'm in total. Hold on, Madonna. Hold on. I'm in total agreement. I was just saying, far as crime on crime has nothing to do with melanin. Rather, you don't do it to somebody or do it to somebody. Melanin, it can't be proven. That's all I was saying. I was basically saying black people fuck each other up. Every race fuck each other up because that's who they're around. But go ahead, Madonna.
Well, see, appreciate it. Well, see, melanin give you more of a cosmic spiritual connection. That's why the most spiritual people on the planet has been a people of a darker hue.
Now, how can we prove that? How can we prove that?
Well, one thing I would say that
through observation over time and history, through observation of history, modern history, because all the people who was melanated got their land conquered by a person that was less melanated.
So what good is the melanin for then if it won't allow me to maintain my land?
Because it goes back to where it go back to what Dr. Africa just said, that the more melanated you are, the more civilized you are, meaning you would do anything to prevent war.
Okay, so let me ask you something. You can't lie, man. You gotta agree with me when I say this, bro. We live in a war planet, and you know that.
That's a fact.
So then why would I have a hormone in me that's anti-war? That's going to give me the disadvantage. And that's why we at the bottom. If you saying melanin is real, then I can blame our downfall on the melanin, not our uprising on it. That means we need to get rid of this melanin, which is making us only warlike on each other with Crips and Bloods and BDs and GDs, but never warlike on the people that's really killing us, man. That means the melanin got us dumbed in a motherfucker. Because think about it. You telling me the melanin make me a good boy when it come to going to war with the white man, but it ain't stopping me from being a Crip blowing a blood head off.
Well, see, the thing of it is that
oh man, come on.
Just let me say this. Just hear me out.
I feel let me go out the bro.
I feel what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this. I think what the brother is saying about being more melanated, because to me, you have more feelings. You have more sympathy.
Yeah,
you
but
have
that's
more.
what I'm saying, toward your oppressor, but not toward yourself. Because the people with the melanin killing each other with no problem, they only got the sympathy toward the people that's oppressing them, who hung them.
Right. Well, see, that's what the problem. That's what I was gonna say. The problem comes in is that when you've been oppressed, the way we have, it's like Dale Jones said, you become automatic push button remote control, synthetic genetics command your soul, meaning you're a robot and you're operating under someone else's guidelines and system. So you're
why we ain't operating on the melanin? I tell the Christians the same thing. I say, man, you got all that Holy Ghost. Why you got all these problems and excuses? The people saying they got this Holy Ghost power, which gives them an advantage, or like the people who saying they got this melanin power, which gives them an advantage. If I see you at the bottom, I'm going to say, why haven't you activated your powers?
Well, I think we have, and that's how we've been existing since existence was existence. And that's why we still here. Experiments on us, we still here. I think that's what melanin.
So let's summarize what Madon's saying, and let's hear from the other brother who got the smoke. So melanin is good at allowing a people to survive and not thrive. So he's saying credit your melanin for the fact that you still here and at the bottom. But yeah. So whatever the white man got, like I said, is still better. Cause he's still here, but he at the top. You still here, you at the bottom, and you saying that's because of melanin, which goes back to my first argument. I want what the white man got, cause both of us still here. But what I got me at the bottom, and what he got him at the top.
All you need is guns, and you can even the playing field.
So you telling me to trade my melanin for guns? I'll do that. I'll become white overnight.
No, I'm saying all we have to do is arm ourselves. We gotta arm ourselves or harm ourselves. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, you said all I need is guns, but we got plenty of guns. We just aiming them at each other.
Well, not the kind of guns like they got. I mean, you just cause we got these little handguns or whatever, man, they'll take that shit off the block in a 2 seconds. I'm talking about real artillery.
Okay, let's hear from the other brother.
Well, what I was saying is I wouldn't necessarily say guns, because in regards to just going to war, I feel like there's no need for war, because you can have all kinds of different races and, communication and love for people of all races. So I don't speak on a war type ability, type of thing. So when I speak about this melanin or this thing, I would use your same instance on talking about the computer simulation. If you know anything about computers, when you're putting something in,
are you attempting to prove melanin by comparing it to a computer, man?
No. I'm just saying, whenever you're adding something or coding something, when you have different things, you have to add different numbers to resemble the composition of something.
Prove or disprove melanin.
Okay, well, I'll just use paint for instance. If you ever painted anything or had to make
can anyone prove or disprove melanin?
Yeah, I can, because I know melanin is just thought.
Okay, well, we don't want you to disprove it quite yet. I want the provers to go first.
Yeah, I'm proving it by saying melanin is just knowledge and information. It's just thoughts. So obviously, if in the Bible it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was waste and void, darkness. So that shows you that everybody comes from the darkness. Every time we go back to sleep, we go back to the void, the darkness, which is where we all come from. And that's why we love and cherish every nation, because every nation comes from the darkness. And that's why we're at they put us at the bottom, because obviously the devil is using every nation against us, because they know we are the mother and fathers and we love and cherish everyone. And the flip side is it's knowledge and information. So any knowledge can be used for good or bad, and it's just how you utilize it. So so like everybody's got the thoughts, darkness within them. How are you going to use that thoughts? Because out of thoughts come light. So how are you going to use the light to apply it to the physical realm? That's basically what it is, and that's why all we need to do is come together under that understanding that the Jamaican Caribbean is because melanin is, there's 15 different types of melanin. It just means brown, innit? Brown people. And even like I tell people, you can't be on the plane of existence unless you have melanin within your skin cells, because that's what absorbs the electromagnetism from the sun in order for us to function on this realm. So it's not like it can be used for good or bad. It just, you know what I mean? Like you can absorb the wrong knowledge and information and use it to do foolishness. You know, the ones that like kill our loved ones and our brothers and our cousins. We have to understand, how do these drugs get to our ghettos? Where does it come from?
It damn sure don't come from melanin, and you kind of went talking about melanin. You understand me? But listen though, here's how you know melanin is fake, and I'm gonna pass the mic. If you say it come from the sun, right? The people that not you, bro. Just listen, listen, brother.
Sorry, bro.
What I'm saying is, no, it's cool. It's all great. What I'm saying is, if they say it come from the sun, right? This how we get our melanin. I just looked this shit up. When Caucasians sunbathe, their melanin rate does not go up. It actually gives them skin cancer. So that's showing you right there that the sun is not giving you shit. You just a
that's
black
not true,
man.
though. That's not true.
Listen, bro. Listen, though. It don't gotta be true. It's true to me. Now, look. They're not oppressing black men for their melanin. They're not oppressing black women for their melanin. They oppressing us because we weak as hell. We fucking get bullied all the time.
Let me piggyback. And hold on. And the reason we weak is because we have a crutch. See, let me tell you something. A baby, a man that can walk don't need crutches. But if you give him crutches, he'll never walk. And my thing is melanin, Jesus, Allah, Buddha is crutches. And the people that think some gonna come save them or got a concept of a savior or a messiah never become saviors or messiahs. They just become patient waiters on the savior or messiah.
Just to piggyback off that, because obviously two things were said, especially the fact that it causes skin cancer to I call them light melanated people because nobody's white. If you look at a piece of paper, you can see a piece of paper is white and nobody's walking around like that color. You know, no one's there. But you've got friends, you've got mates, you must have people that you've seen that when they're in the sun, but they just go tanned. They don't get skin cancer, they get tanned. And that's just obviously the pigmented. No, I'm definitely not. I'm saying you don't get skin cancer. That's just a lie, innit? When they put it on their cream, the E45, that's how you get skin cancer. There's people, I've been to South Africa, there's white people in, what you call white, light melanated people in South Africa, fine. Because someone brought it up, you know, the person that was speaking before you, bro, Sanchez, he brought up the fact that white people get skin cancer. I'm saying that's not true. You know, no one's there. That's the only reason why I brought that up. Well, I'm just putting this point to bed that nah, that's not true. That people get skin cancer, and there's facts and evidence proves it. Just look.
Yeah. Hey, bro, can I ask you something, bro, about this melanin situation? I would like to say, in my research, in my life, from what I've seen, the word melanin is false. The actual thing that we got more than the average person being black is plasma. Our plasma, we got a richer volume of plasma in our blood. And where I can say I can prove that because of my hands-on experience back in the day.
You saying we got a lot of plasma in our blood, but I'm trying to prove melanin though.
That's what it. See, this what it is. The volume.
All right. Earlier, hold on. Earlier, the brother said melanin was carbon. You're saying it's plasma. What I'm gonna say is right now, what I'm about to say is about to be a crucial fact. It cannot be them both. So I'm gonna ask you, is it plasma carbon or carbon? And I'm gonna ask the other brother who said it was carbon, come back and give you the smoke. You saying it's plasma, and see both of y'all disagreeing, proving my point that it can be anything you want it to be, and there's really no definition on what this thing is. You see what I'm saying?
But you know what?
Well, carbon dioxide is in the blood.
Let them do let them do that.
Yeah, because see, I'm looking at where I came up. Look, the scary movies. I looked at vampires, bloodsuckers, and I already know wherever Castlevania, wherever Romania, wherever they do the blood sucking, that they really after that blood. And it's some kind of strange reason to me. I feel like they after nigga blood because that rich ass plasma in it.
Here's the part I'm getting lost on. You telling me about blood, them wanting blood is something I know about. I research about the blood craze and all the blood banks and plasma centers.
I got that from you. Exactly.
But listen, that and melanin are two different things, and according to their science, it's even a whole different process on how to extract them both. So to put them in the same basket, it's kind of showing me that I don't really know if people are researching exactly what melanin is.
Now how about this then, brother? This is right here is a strong fact right here. Just like they got a liquor store in every hood corner, what they got a plasma center as well. Am I lying about that?
What I'm saying is I'm saying where is
it up and they loving it.
I'm asking you, where is the melanin center on every corner? We got the
That's what it is. That's why I say the word melanin is false. The word plasma is real.
The moment you start making melanin synonymous with plasma, that's when I start withdrawing. That's when I know, okay, you what I find is when a person haven't researched what a specific thing melanin is, they'll just make it something that they have researched and found out it is. I take it you have researched plasma. You have not researched
I've been
melanin.
A plasma donor, and I want to. My hands on the count.
Let me explain something to you. You're not donating your melanin when you donate plasma.
Let me just help you there. You see, the plasma is when you turn your TV on.
If melanin is real, you would not be donating that when you go to a plasma center. I'm telling you, if if melanin was real, they would have centers dedicated for extracting it.
When you turn your TV off.
I mean, that's why I'm saying plasma centers are extracting. See, the word melanin is to throw you off of what they really after is the plasma.
Let me explain something to you. Melanin is supposed to be a hormone secreted from the brain. When they getting your plasma out your veins in your arm, that is not what they're not taking your melanin away from you, brother. They taking your blood away from you. And if you really need to understand, they taking your plasma away from you and giving you your blood back. But guess what? Ain't no part of that that them people telling you they taking your melanin from you. They will have to specify that on a contract. I'm taking your adrenaline from you. I'm taking your plasma from you. I'm taking your this from you or that from you. If they taking your melanin from you, bro, they wouldn't have to lie to you and say, no, we just taking your blood. You don't take the blood the same way you take the melanin. That's how I know you ain't really researched this thing.
Well, bro Sanchez, when a person is extracted of their blood, what colors do their complexion become based on the less blood they have?
My complexion never changed after donating blood at a plasma
center.
No,
I'm not talking about. Okay, go ahead, bro. I got you.
Yeah, I don't know.
And there's a lot of white people that be in plasma centers, and everybody's plasma the same color damn near. So it's like that don't make no sense. And you would become light skinned if you donated plasma, if that's what you saying happened. But yeah, y'all
like
go ahead.
They try to make melanin everything, man. And that's you really what I don't like, man, is like, why don't we research when it come to things that stroke our ego? A lot of folks attach to melanin because it's telling them that they the best, they the most, all that shit. But if you thought that highly of melanin, why haven't you researched it? Everybody that come up here talking about melanin, they always talking about, man, it ain't nothing but carbon. It ain't nothing but plasma. It ain't nothing but sperm. It ain't nothing but adrenaline. It ain't nothing but watermelon juice. It ain't nothing but peanut butter. It ain't nothing but strawberry jam. It ain't nothing but tear juice. It ain't, come on, man. It's specified what it is. It's like you will make it what you want it to be just to win the argument. And we can look it up right now, and guess who gonna win the debate? I am. And if you would think that a person who really in love with melanin would know more about it than me when I'm saying that shit don't even exist. I can say it don't exist because I was honest enough to do the research. And the person who just liked what the people told them about melanin because it stroked their ego, they don't know what it is. They proving it now.
Yeah, you're right though, because it doesn't exist. Because thoughts and vibrations and frequencies don't exist in the physical; they're spiritual. So it's a feeling, it's a vibration, it's the electric. You know what I mean? Like it's the stillness, like the void, the darkness.
All I did was ask for the most proof for melanin. Y'all see what I'm getting tonight?
But close your eyes and you'll see it.
All right, now what color are your eyes?
If we close our eyes,
melanin determines your eye color, man.
You know they ain't gonna tell us the truth.
We got proof of melanin. That's easy.
Your eye color, just stay there. Your eye color,
yeah, the more melanin you got, the darker your eye color is. That's just
the more melanin you got, the darker your eye color. Guess what else I heard? The more melanin you got, the darker your poop is.
No, the more melanin in your the darker your eyes is, the more you can see.
You gotta actually lay up on one of the tables and donate.
The more melanin you got, the darker your shadow is. If you and a white man was standing in the sun casting a shadow, the black man's shadow would be the darkness. Because of what? Melanin, Becky. Now tell him, come on. See, the more melanin you got, the more darker everything is, even your heart. That's why we some cold motherfuckers as black folks. We'll shoot your house up.
Hey, Brother Sanchez, it seemed like to me, the more melanin you have, the more you believe in God. Melanin is a God gene.
I know.
Melanin just good for making shit darker. It ain't good for putting that shit at the top, though, of society.
It's good for a belief system.
I agree.
Nah, man. Melanin help you absorb more information from the sun, man.
So why
That's
haven't we?
Right.
So
That's
why
it's in your plasma.
What kind of information?
Whatever universal information the universe is spinning out.
Okay, so and the universe is spinning out information to help black folks get ahead or get behind.
Nah, it's universal, but I think the more melanin you got, you absorb it better. You know.
Why ain't we ahead?
Oppression. Oppression and big guns and oppression. That's what got us.
Okay, so why don't melanin help us make big guns?
Well, it do, but we tend to join our enemy because it's more safer. It's safer to join the enemy.
So why don't melanin make us not join our enemy?
Because this is the system we've been programmed in since birth.
So why don't melanin make us not be programmed since birth?
Well, I think it is. The more we getting in tune, as future comes, we rising up, man. Look at the world around us. Black people, melanated people are rising up, man. Look around.
Madonna's saying, man.
Nah, man, this is a fact. I mean, look how more people are in tune with different information. It wasn't like this in the 90s. People went on panels. Nah, man, people went on panels discussing ancient history and all this shit, man. We on a whole nother level, man. We moving up.
Oh my God, man, this is
so melanin just struck like a thief in the night. All of a sudden, the melanin worked.
Yeah, it was a
but in the 90s. Hold on. In the 80s, it didn't work. Our melanin wasn't activated, is what you saying?
Of course it was. We
all right, cool. So what did you talking about? All right, cool. So melanin don't have nothing to do with what's going on right now. Is that safe to say? Or it would have been going on. We'd have been woke.
Got more was going on right now.
No, we would have been woke, right?
Nah, man, it don't happen like that.
You insane, dude. All right.
Nah, man, you gotta think about it, man. Look around. Look who's the biggest influence. Who are the biggest? Hold on, let me ask you a question since you think this is funny.
The white man is, bro. Let me answer you. The white man
who is. The biggest,
the white man.
The
white man. The white man. The white man. I'm answering you.
Young niggas. Young niggas. Young niggas got more influence than anybody.
Hold on.
Young niggas would never have influence if it wasn't for the white man, bro.
Hey, let me ask. Let me tell Madon something. The question is, who's the most influential, bro? You know that. Who is the most influential, the black man or white man?
I'd say the Asian and Arabs are the most influential. That's what I'd say.
All right, then we're going to let you mute your mic and let the other people answer my question, which is the black and the white man. Who want to go with that? Madon, go
right, the question right there, I would say
I would say young black men. I would say young black men.
So the young black man is the most influential.
Right.
You know what I'm going to do real quick? Hold on. Let me take him off. Let's take Fire Don off. Now we can manage it. So you said what, Madon?
Young black men are the most influential people on the planet Earth right now.
Stop. So the young black man influences the white man more than the white man influences him? Yes or no?
To a degree.
It got to be yes or no because
yeah. You know what? For sake of argument, yeah.
All right. So can you explain to me why the black man grew up a Christian and a capitalist, but the white man don't grow up like with the black man mentality? The black man grew up trying to get out of the white man mentality so much so that he called it indoctrination. Because the white man influenced us so much, we even thought Columbus discovered America. And we even know about Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, that's white man stuff. Everything that we growed up influenced by was white man, even your cartoons, even the characters on your cereal box. The black man ain't got enough tangible creations to say he's influenced the white man like the white man influenced the black man. Because one of black man's highlights creation is hip hop. And guess what you hear in hip hop? Foreign this, foreign that. Foreign whips, foreign that. Foreign this, foreign that. And he's influenced by Louis Vuitton and Versace and etc. But these white men ain't influenced by him.
Well, I understand that point, but the overall, well, yeah, at one point, yeah, but now in 2022, young black men and how we're doing that, we're doing it through the sports world, all over the music realm, all this. The white man, he structures his whole system around these NFL stars, basketball stars, baseball stars, to influence how he gonna organize his team. Like they say, LeBron James run the Lakers.
Let me explain.
You know what I'm saying,
bro?
So what I'm saying is,
basing your team around a franchise face and a superstar ain't got shit to do with influence, but it got everything to do with slavery. A slave master know if I own the Cleveland Browns and I just signed the #1 draft pick for all his money, goddamn it, I'm gonna make him earn that money. I'm gonna base my whole goddamn new playbook around this little nigga. I'm basing the future of my franchise on this little nigga's back. That ain't influence, that's slavery.
Right, whether it's slavery or not, it's still influential to the youth.
Brother.
It still influenced the youth through video games.
And what I'm saying is it makes a youth influence to be a slave and not a slave owner. A tap dancer. And not the nigga who own a tap dancing club. Whoop-de-doo.
Well, we see more independent.
That's all melanin good for? Being a slave and not the slave master? Answer my questions, man. I don't care about independent this, independent that. I'm talking about who run the world, man. Miss me with the filibustering. Slow down and answer my questions and you won't get muted. Only give me what I asked for, because I ain't got all night. The question is melanin good for anything other than making me motherfucking the slave and not the slave master? Please.
Yeah, it gives you the ability to outthink your oppressor. Yes, it does.
Can you show me a situation where blacks collectively outthink whites?
Far as what? I'll think them in which areas you talking about, because that's kind of multi-layered.
In control, finances, domination, monopoly, nigga, survival.
Okay, well, I have to give you that. No.
Fuck. All right, you just lost the debate. All that to just kneel and take a knee. That's what just happened. Because if you can't get me that, that's a miserable loss. And it shows again where melanin fails us. Can anyone else step up to the mic and show me where melanin succeeds other than me being a slave and not the slave master? Can you do it, please? That mean nope, can't nobody do it. That's that tumbleweed music.
What's up, bro Sanchez? I wanted to get back to that video, see what Layla Africa was gonna talk about as far as the bone and the pineal gland and stuff.
Yeah, Sanchez and
Right. Anybody got proof of melanin tonight? We don't want more tumbleweed music.
So y'all threw my blood, my plasma in the trash when I done laid on the table and seen how fast I got up, how my volume just shot right up there, and every other brother and sister that was on the table, they blood shot right up there and separated and the whole bottle filled. I seen these people struggling. I seen white folk with green bottles. My shit was like 18 karat gold.
Holla at you, my nigga. You will never, ever, ever, ever again get a link to my panel again. Just know that. Ever. Matter of fact, let me get you even out the waiting room. Gotta be out of your mind, dude. Unmute your mic talking about a conversation we ain't even in on. I don't know what be wrong with niggas. Did you hear what that nigga was just saying? A bunch of nothing. Hey, man, but let me rewind that shit for y'all. What the fuck? Somebody watching this on a replay, put the timestamp to when that nigga went into his own parallel universe down there so I can click that shit to replay that when I'm high to get some laughs in. Did you hear? What the fuck? Somebody, please, come on, Pan-African. Oh my God. Tumbleweeds. Tumbleweeds.
Are we talking about a metaphorical melanin or like real physical melanin? Because everybody keeps bringing like things up, you know, like, oh, it helps to not be suppressed and this and that. And I'm like, but what about like in reality, it helps with sun. It helps with heat. It helps with all these things. No?
No, it don't.
What do you mean it don't?
I'm going to show you some. The people without melanin, they build...
Like
hold on, you got to let me answer you. The people without melanin, you asked me about the sun. The people without melanin, they build solar panels. The people with melanin never built the solar panel to harness energy from the sun. So the people who we said should be scared of the sun, they love the sun so much that they built skin tone and spend more time at the beach than us. And they sell solar panels today, and we don't. So if you talking about the sun and people of the sun with melanin, I'm going to tell you the white folks are so fucking divine. And yep, I said it. I'm going to give them that title. They are so divine that they've harnessed the power of the sun. While the people that the sun protect don't know shit about it and ain't harnessed no power from it and got to pay their money for electricity. Becky, hit me with your white self. You so pretty. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just fucking with you, Leah. This just all parody. You got it. You got it.
No, I'm still thinking like the melanin in real life, in my opinion, it's oxidation. It's a process that happens in our skins. Some people, yeah, it's oxidation, which is a reaction.
But they also say plants have melanin.
Or do you mean the pigment that makes them green is not melanin?
Say plants. I don't know. They say plants have melanin.
Well, I told you, melanin determines your eye color sometimes.
You say, hold
well,
on, wait,
melanin, it's a pigment that is present in skin, hair, and eyes.
Hold on, wait a minute, guys. Stop. She said melanin is oxidation. I just want to remind y'all what oxidation is. Watch this. Oxidation is why a bike get rusty and turn brown. Oxidation is why apple goes from white to brown. Guess what we're talking about? A chemical reaction. And Leah, anytime you use this chemical reaction to explain melanin, guess what you're saying? White people were first. Just like the apple was white first, and then it turned brown later. Just like if you use carbonation, like the other brother did, guess what you're saying? The bone was white first, then the burning process turned it black. If you doing the same thing, you saying well the apple was white, but it turned brown over time, which make black folks not the first people and original people. It makes us the new humans, Johnny come lately. We the rotten apple. The rotten apple is the apple in its latest form. That would make us the youngest human. So we can't say that carbonation and oxidation is the process that make us the oldest.
Can you put the other picture that says oxidation versus reduction?
Got you. There you go. We can go to this. There you go.
So is more oxygen added to my carbon dioxide? That's all. I didn't mean it in a way to, we're like the fucked up apple. It's just a chemical reaction.
But listen, eugenics,
metabolic reaction.
Eugenics mean it that way. The world ain't based on how you mean, what you mean, Leah.
Well, I'm trying to get it with the science.
What I'm telling you is what science means is a eugenics agenda. You ain't dealing with science if you ain't talking racist how I'm talking. The moment science agrees that melanin is real and that black people got the most of it, you better believe it's to black people's detriment, not to their uprising. And if you want to know why science agree that we the most melanated and why they give us the most of it, but the scientists who invented the melanin, like Dr. Layla Africa said, they ain't got no black people at them conferences. Some don't make sense. You. That's what I'm telling you. They telling us we got the most of something that nobody else want the most of, and we don't stop and say, why is it us that want the most chicken pox, the most cooties? It's like everybody running away from the cooties. Don't tag me it. And black folks saying, we got the most cooties around this bitch. And because of it, the world saying that's why they behind, y'all. God is the reason they behind. God made them ignorant and violent and lacking civilization. God gave them the most darkness in them. That's why they hate each other. And they scientific word for that is melanin. God, that's their scientific word for ratchetness, jungle behavior. And we don't see the eugenics agenda that UNESCO was bringing out and that Layla Africa and so many like him perpetuated. I'm breaking down to you the science of the chemical process of carbonation and oxidation. If we're going to go with those theories, we're saying the white man was first.
That's why in the beginning I asked, was this metaphorical or was this like what I learned in science school, right?
This science.
Also, because if it's not any of those things, we need to go deep into root races?
Listen, if you think about what I'm saying about carbonation and oxidation, it debunks root races. You can't have a root race other than the white people based upon oxidation and carbonation. Because think about it, the root race, their pigment would be the same color as the bone before we burnt it. The root race, their skin tone would be the same color as the apple was before oxidation. That's what the root race is what color was it when it was a root, when it was a baby. You at your roots was a baby.
Yes. So, no. What I mean, root races, I mean, could there be more races?
This debunks the concept of race, though. Because if races are a result of nature's oxidation or carbonation process, then what I'm saying, it makes it's easy to debunk that races don't exist.
No, so you think that races don't exist? I think I'm trying to
listen, culture exists, but races don't.
Okay. Because that's where I'm at in my research.
Yeah, we think our culture is our race, but these are different things.
And here's some research you should do, and it's going to be hard to do. Find out how do they measure melanin, or if they saying plants got melanin, every human got melanin, but it's levels to the melanin. All right, Madon said the color of your eyes. I'm saying, how can you abstract? How can they measure and say, well, yeah, you have more melanin?
They can only look at your skin and say darker people have the most and lighter people have the less. Just like I look at this apple and I would say that the brownest apple has the most oxidation process. And the less brownest apple is the youngest one. That would be the white man. Bottom line, the argument of skin color based on oxidation and carbonation is what I'm showing about the apple and the bones, and it's malarkey. Anybody with a brain can see that this would automatically make the first humans white no matter what. Because the bones start off white and the apples start off white. And that's the opposite of what science is saying, is that blacks were first. They even got a black Adam and Eve theory, with Adam and Eve as black people on the Time magazine. But if you listen to what they saying, what they showing us and what they saying is two different things. They showing you black folks first, but if you go by what they saying, which is what matter is what's in writing, what's on paper, what's being said, what's in science, that's what they running the world by. And that's called eugenics. Eugenics is the science of legally giving black folks an advantage so you can legally have an excuse of why you're strategically keeping them behind. Don't you know the foundation and original concept of holding black people back was saying that because they got the most melanin, God gave them an advantage. So since God gave them an advantage and we want all humans to be equal, which is what all the governments promised, then we got to have an attack on black folks. We got to make a handicap for them. That's why the black man say, I got to work 10 times harder. That's why I said I don't want melanin. Because with melanin, you got to do more, man. And that's what science is creating. Fuck what y'all feeling. I'm showing you what eugenics manifesting in the world. You want to know why black folks is get the least resources for everything? Because, nigga, you got melanin. You got the God gene. If I was a government and I was trying to make all humans equal on the earth, I would make sure that I treat black folks different. Because if I wanted to be a fair world leader, I'm going to make sure I make it harder for black folks. You know why? Because God on their side. They got this melanin shit. That ain't fair for everybody else in the world to compete with blacks. Blacks got melanin. They can jump high, run faster. So guess what? We're going to get the most programming. We're going to get the most scientific programs in our white schools. We're going to get the most mental stuff. This is what eugenics is saying. Eugenics this is part of manifest destiny. That meant that God's chosen people got to be slaves. Why? Because they God's chosen people. Ain't nobody else chosen by God. I'm going to just be honest with you. If I ran the world and that was a group of people on the earth that was chosen by God with some shit called melanin that was a superpower, and I'm a world leader and I'm trying to make a fair and equal world, I'm going to make sure I hold them people back. Everybody agreed God gave them the advantage, but didn't give it to us. And so everybody let y'all believe that. And they get, this is the religious leaders in on this with the scientists, man.
So they just basically made a beautiful word for pigmentation and turned that shit into a religion. That's crazy.
The first shall be last, the last shall be first. The people who was first in God's eyes will be last in government's resources' eyes. And the people who's last in God's eyes, the government saying we're going to do the most for them, like Israel. And they can decide who Israel is. And they saying it ain't the black man because they choosing Israel by a eugenics agenda. God's chosen people would have the whitest skin today. See, y'all ain't looking into theology, science, and eugenics. According to the Bible and everything we grew up believing, if we want to accept the melanin and Pan-Africanism, God's chosen people would have the least darkest skin. That's according to science and the Bible. That's according to oxidation and carbonation. with the charred bones. Because the original bone would be white, not black. It became black because somebody did that. That ain't even natural. So we saying blacks ain't even natural. The people with the carbonated skin came last, and that's why they don't know how to act right. But they teaching you in reverse. They telling you the people with the carbonated skin came first, which we say, but that's why we behave the best. But if you look at what they did, they put us in hoods, gave us hip hop and all this satanic shit so that we can manifest the destiny of this eugenic shit. And that's what manifest destiny is. Manifest destiny is a bunch of rich men on the earth saying we're going to write out everybody's destiny, and with social engineering, we're going to make them manifest it. That's manifest destiny. And every time you talk about melanin, blacks being first, and Pan-Africanism, that's a result of your manifest destiny and indoctrination in your head. And you don't see how it work against you, even though it make you proud to have this carbonated, oxidated skin. But they telling you the sun gave it to you, which would be the fire that turned the bones black. That mean God ain't give you your black skin. That meant you was a white man or a white bone, and the sun burnt you black, but that ain't got nothing to do with God. God made you a white man. The sun burnt you over time to make you black, like these bones, like this apple. Now, I'm gonna mute my mic because what I'm saying should make perfect sense to y'all now.
Well, one thing I know is a fact is that you can extract white from black, but you can't extract black from white. That's just a common fact.
Explain. And, give me an example. Give me an example of how that will work. How would I extract black from white, for example?
You can't do it, but we can extract white from black by adding other colors to black and getting white.
You don't know. Black is a result of all the colors together, man. So what do you mean you can add other colors to black and get white?
That's how the spectrum works.
No, brother. That's not how it works.
No, because in the beginning it was darkness, and then became light.
That ain't the spectrum, though. That's religion and mythology, and that's your damn problem.
But I'm just saying it's still a But let me say this though. On another note, my thing is this: how long would it take for someone that was white to turn black, or someone that was black to turn white? No, you said everybody was white first. So I need to know how long of a period of time you think that process would take.
So you don't care about the fact that it started from a white man. You just want to know how long did it take him to turn black. This is fucking bananas.
Stupid.
Well, because I beg to differ. Because I think everybody was created at the same time through different forms of soil.
So then why do you have a concept of melanin? Because everybody can't be created at the same time through different soil with the melanin concept. The melanin concept is what the sister broke down. Salutes to Leah. She fucking did a great job of bringing up oxidation. Now, even though I can debunk that, guess what? That lets me know she researched what melanin is. She know melanin is a chemical reaction based on the sun. She know that. That's why they call her sun kiss. You're going on your own biblical mythology shit. I'd rather really holler at the sister because she coming with the college shit and the real Francis Cress Wilson shit. You coming with just some makeup Bible mythology shit.
No, so check it, right? If melanin, according to science, is a chemical compound, right? That's already been existing in man, that come out from birth, it has to goes back to the beginning of when man was created, in which I think man was created from the dust of the ground. So,
but that's what I'm
from
talking
that dust
about.
in the ground
You're
reacting
dealing,
to the sun.
bro. You're dealing with belief and the Genesis story of man being created from the dust from the ground. The sister is on point with what I'm trying to debate tonight. See, when I pull up Dr. Layla Africa and we talking about Francis Cress Welsing and all them, they not dealing with no Genesis story and no clay from the ground and Ptah and the whole man-made from dirt.
I'm saying is this, Sanchez. All I'm saying is this: if
but can you
melanin
admit
is a
that
chemical,
that's right though?
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, if they gonna say that melanin is a chemical compound, how did it get in the body?
It's not. It's a chemical reaction. It ain't no miracle. Nigga, listen to me. God making man from the dirt is a fucking miracle. That ain't no chemical reaction. That's a fucking miracle.
Which is the chemical inside the body of man,
Can you
right?
Please let the sister talk, because now I think you trolling. You see that I just let you know you're dealing with miracles in religion, and the sister dealing with chemical reactions, Francis Cress Welsing, and real melanin conference talk shit. Why don't you know when to fall back, madon? Like, I fucks with you, but at this point you should clearly say, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we in two different parts here. And which is cool. There's different ways to explain it. I'm not explaining it from the biblical, mythological, clay from the ground, dirt shit. That ain't what I want to debate tonight, because that'll be me picking on folks as a bully. I want the intelligence folks who know about the carbonation and oxidation process up here. If you can only explain it with a miracle, anybody can do that. I can make up one right now. The people who God farted on the most became the most brownest, because you know poop gas is brown. You can't see the gas from a fart, but it's brown, trust me. Yeah, see how this work, dude? We can make them up all day, which is why I rather debate what's said and not what's speculated. And don't nobody want to do that, because when I go to talking about debating what's said and not what's speculated, y'all know what we get? We get this right here.
Like, subscribe, and
what we get is this right here. That's what we get.
Right.
We get that Wild West tumbleweed music. Now, we got hands up. Y'all ain't got to wait on that shit. Just unmute and go right in, man. It's 1,100 people waiting to hear from you.
Can I clarify a point?
Oh, yeah. You can do whatever you want.
So, melanin is produced by oxidation at some point, but melanin itself is pigment. So, meaning it's pigment. And when somebody earlier said it's carbon, well, carbon, it's found in all living things in general.
Of course.
So carbon is everywhere that's living. So of course it's going to be on melanin, you know? But melanin is just pigment. Now, how melanin could be produced, one way added on would be the oxidation or environmental exposure, or a mutation. For example, some say that blue eyes is a mutation in the melanin on the eyes.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do you know the scientific definition for pigment?
Tell me.
The natural coloring matter of animal or plant tissue. The natural coloring. When we talk when we talk about natural coloring, it is not a chemical reaction. All colors in nature literally come from the creator. Now, this is not me being no religious nut or nothing like that. This is me saying that there is a higher intelligence that's governing this thing we call the earth. I don't know what make a seed grow. I don't know the mysteries of all this thing. I just use critical thinking. But it's some greater, it's a high intelligence over this thing. We all know that. Most folks call it God. And we say that whatever this God is, when we look out at the world and see the beautiful colors out there, that this God created this beautiful world. And what make this world beautiful is, let me show you. What make this world beautiful is, look at these pictures. Pigmentation. Colors make the world beautiful. Imagine a world in black and white. Do you know that colors are language all in of themselves? That colors themselves, without even talking, just colors are a whole language. Red means stop. Blue means calm and peace. Green means go. We can do this forever. Colors are the original language before we even had words. These colors are 7 primary colors based on the 7 chakras and universal vibrational 7 ethereal energies. What makes us call heaven a paradise and a beautiful world are the many colors and contrasts. For example, look at this. So what I'm saying is, when you go to this and you see what they're giving you for pigment, pigment is not a natural process. All of the pigments that we see are man-made. But the colors we see in nature ain't made the same way that man makes pigment for paints. Man has taken his motherfucking view of colors and diversity and turned it into a religion, which is why when you see this artwork that I'm showing now, it resembles the Fibonacci spiral. The Fibonacci spiral, in a nutshell, it explains diversity. It shows that everything must spiral around an axis. And that spiral around the axis are the many possibilities around infinity. Infinity is the center. And around infinity are the finite world, where all of the possibilities that could be of infinity manifest that. And we're in one of those worlds now. Now check how deep this is. All of the numbers come from 0, which is why if you look at the Fibonacci spiral, when you go into the middle of this spiral, it's 0 degrees, like what I was saying about the North Pole. That's the seed of it all, or the stem. Just like when you go into the middle of this flower, the 0 point is directly attached to the stem that's hooked to the ground. That's 0 degrees. And all of the petals around it are the cardinal directions. The earth is the flower of life. Now check this out. All diversity is expressed around the center. And guess what? What this means is, from darkness and light comes all things, meaning the 7 colors. I can show you that right here to make it make sense. Pink Floyd color prism. From darkness and light comes red, blue, green, and all this rainbow shit. But if you look at it, this is white and black, then you get color. The yin and yang is the birth of all diversity. And all of these colors represent diversity, which is why the root word of diversity is the same root word of division, because the white line does not start to divide until it become all of the colors that think they're different when all of them started from white. Brother Sanchez, what you mean everybody started from white? No, I'm not talking about the white man. See, I'm deeper than y'all. Let me show you what we started from. I don't care what color you are. This is what color you was. You was clear, white, translucent. You know what that is? You're an Agarthian. When they said Jesus wore a white robe, this is what you wore to get to the earth, a white robe, your sperm cell. Check this out. This spark right here that you see colliding with the triangle was the sperm cell that collided with the egg. And this is why they resemble one another. You see what I'm zooming in on here? Boom. Your sperm was a trajectory of your consciousness from the Father. And when it landed onto the earth egg, it shattered and scattered and turned into the 7 chakras. And when it did that, you can see it on the other side where we are now. We on the dark side of the these colors over here, this is like the shadow of light. You know how everything casts a shadow? When this white light casts a shadow on the other side of a black hole, it becomes 7 chakras. This the spiral of life that I'm showing you. Watch this. Yeah, I want the smoke after this. Look at here. How did you get 7 chakra layers? The ancestors said it's 7 versions of you in 7 different universes. And the reason that is the truth is because your consciousness shattered the moment the sperm hit the egg. It created a ripple effect. And there were 7 ripples, 7 universes that you were born in. And those became the 7 chakra layers, 7 chakras, and the 7 primary colors of Saturn. See, this whole belt wrapping around this pyramid is how we wrap the lights around the Christmas tree. This is the whole religion I'm giving you. Open your eyes. I'm going to fall back. But when you talk about diversity, can't nobody debunk what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is the oldest truth in the universe. You can't have diversity from a chemical reaction that come after the fact or later. You know why? That's like saying the first colors was blue and then all the other colors come from blue. But if you look at the way colors are made, let me show you some. You can't have one color without the other one. Let me show you some. If you say the first color was blue and it wasn't no other ones, you saying red. Hold on, my bad, y'all. I'm gonna look real dumb today. I'm gonna look real dumb because I forgot what colors make what. Shit, my bad. But let me stick to what I know just for the sake of me giving you the example. Well, it don't say blue in none of these. I'll come back to that later. Basically, what I'm saying is you can't have a color before the other one. Either all of the colors come at the same time or they can't come one at a time. Because if you say purple didn't exist, then you saying red and blue didn't exist. Red and blue make purple. You saying purple was the first color, but it take red and blue to make purple. See, when it comes to the colors mixing and diversity in nature, you can't have one without the other. You can't have one without the other. That's all I'm saying. Who wanna respond to that? Go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Go ahead.
First, I would like to go to your melanin argument, if I may.
Oh yeah, you sure may. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Oh yeah.
This is a medical encyclopedia. Melanin sites, stimulating hormone, also called intermediate or melanotropin. I'm just going to tell you where it's produced at, and I'm going to stop, right? Because you just got finished talking about the chakras. And it's funny, I just got finished doing the stream on chakras, but nonetheless, all right, it is a secrete primarily in the pituitary gland. Now, I remember having this conversation with you. Now, we talking.
You mind if I ask 1 2-second question? When you say about the secretion from the pineal gland and you bring up chakras, are you saying that some kind of way that this pineal gland secretion is linked to chakras? Yeah, you can continue. That's all I want to know. I'm muting up.
Okay, yeah, the pituitary gland is linked with the third eye chakra. The third eye chakra, people are mistaken what the third eye chakra is. And with the crown chakra, people they got mistaken, but they can, if I can give a plug to my channel, they can see it on my channel because I just got finished explaining it today. But with that being said, I just got to fight on your melanin and how it's produced in the human body. It's produced in the pituitary gland in the human body. Now, like I said from before, some people possess more than others. They do. And with that, it's coveted. It's coveted among human beings, rather if you want to agree with it or not. Because, I mean, some people, I'll put it to you like this. From my experience, through my 40 plus years of living, I'm going to say 45 plus of years of living, what I have seen that is propagated, but it's really not a fantasy. It's propagated to try to uplift and put up what is beauty in terms of skin color is concerned. But behind all closed doors, they know that the sleek black, I'm talking about, they so black they almost blue or purple. This is where the real fantasy is coveted at. They are really fantasizing about that. There are a region of people in the world, they all over, but they in the tropical areas that have this sleek, dark, shiny skin to them. And that is coveted throughout the whole entire world. Rather, if you brown skinned it, dark brown, through my 45 plus years of living, when a dark skinned woman shows up, I'm just talking about as a man, I see white men fantasizing, lips draw, chin dropping to the ground. So is the brown skinned man or the darker brown skinned man, they jaw is dropped to the ground when they see a beautiful.
I like what you're saying, and I'm gonna tell you something. A man jaws drop to the ground no matter when he see a beautiful woman of any color, which is why we can't use lust to prove a scientific theory called melanin. Let's get our heads out the gutter on this one, brother.
Our heads are not out in the gutter because you got propagation. You got propaganda. And the propaganda is that they want to usher up what they consider to be beauty. But behind all closed doors, this is what I'm saying. And it acts out within the diaspora. Rather, if you want to try to include yourself as a black man in that diaspora and go ahead and do what that white man is doing in terms of what he has to do to protect himself or to make himself look fair seeming, because we did not invent tanning beds. The black man, stop it. The black man did not.
Just real quick. One argument that I had to debate against tonight was the fact that because of melanin, everybody copy off us. Now you're saying because of melanin, we copy off everybody, basically.
No, absolutely not. What I'm telling you is you have people who is perpetuating the self-hate in terms of what they believe what beauty is. You had this even during the days of what we was trying to have a threshold considering what black beauty was, right? You had Jerry curls, S curls, wave nouveaux, you had super perms, you had shit that was stripping you away from what is real beauty. But they're not going to tell you that. They're going to hide that shit. But in all closed, behind closed doors, they jaw will drop when they see a gorgeous, dark-skinned, sleek woman. When they see her, she is coveted above all women, period. Through my 45 plus years of living, I done seen where white men don't look at their women the way they look at, I'm gonna put a sleek, dark-skinned woman, the darkest you can get it. The darkest you can get it. Because when we playing in between, even with the dark skin, they're attracted to themselves. But of course, we got propaganda. We got
so just keep in mind, we trying to prove melanin. I'm not gonna debate you if you telling me that the world ain't attracted to a beautiful dark skinned woman.
That's proving melanin.
I'm not. That ain't
Sanchez?
proving melanin, bro. That's
Sure it is. Sure it is.
Listen.
Sure it is. Because
Wait. Died. Hear me out for 1 second, brother. I'll let you speak. Listen to this. You know that blue lizard lady from X-Men? Let me pull a picture of her up real quick. Hold on. Died. You can unmute. I'm just trying to see if you. Her name is, what is it? Mystique. Yeah, here she go. Remember this character here, Died?
Yeah.
You know how many niggas told me that they would hit this? Died, this is a blue, reptilian, skelly-looking blue lady from X-Men with powers. Her name is Mystique. But her body banging. And you know, a dude, let me tell you something, Died, cause it's a lot of Pan-Africans that like to say, I only date black women. I only want, let me tell you some real shit as a man. I never believe them. If a nigga like breasts, he don't care if them breasts white, black, orange, yellow, purple. Now, that sound good on the internet in these little debates and stuff like that. But if a dude like butt, he like Kim Kardashian. He can say, no, man, I don't like the white butt. Guess what? I'm just being simple as hell with my response. But guess what I'm going to do at all times? Keep it real.
Okay, with
that's
that
what's
being
lacking
said,
on the internet. Go ahead.
With that being said, Kim Kardashian is seeking melanin. If it's vicariously through her man that she's getting it through the sperm, or she laying in a goddamn tanning bed all day.
Why are you saying Kim Kardashian seeking
because
melanin?
you mentioned Kim Kardashian.
But why you say she's seeking melanin though?
Because she's fucking nothing but black men.
Okay, so so if she's seeking melanin, then them black men seeking white, whatever.
Yeah,
the white
you know
folks
why?
got.
Now I don't know if the sister
is equal, brother.
I don't know if the sister is still up here. When she was talking about Dr. Freshcuts Wesley, that's what they fear: genetical annihilation, and they're doing their part. Rather, if it's vicariously or arbitrarily, or they are knowingly destroying the Kardashians generations 10,000 years back. Because all the Kardashians from this point forward are black. So when Kim die off, Khloe die off, when whatever the other Kardashians die off, ain't gonna be nothing but black Kardashians running around this motherfucker.
You sound let me explain something to you.
Whoa.
Hold up, wait. If you look up the last name Kardashian, you will see so many fucking white people. It's crazy.
Okay.
Like the amount of black folks with the last name Kardashian is laughable. You know it's some new shit in our time. That's what I'm saying about you saying that though. See, we got this thing.
Hold on, Sanchez. Well, who you think I'm talking? Do you think when I say the Harrises or the Johnsons, that the whole entire Johnson clan, in terms of not even no kin, just surname, just kin by surname, you think it's going to destroy the whole entire surname? No, I'm talking about Kim Kardashian and his family. Rob Kardashian was trying to extend his loins through whatever the fuck her name is. What's her name? The mama. He was trying to extend his loins through his mama. His mama is pure Albanian or whatever the fuck she's supposed to be. He's pure whatever the hell she's supposed to be. They had their pure children. And guess what? Melanin kicked in, nigga. And they wanted some.
Let me explain
so they start
something
fucking,
to you.
hold on, man.
Hold on. I got you, bro. You ain't telling us nothing we don't know about how the Kardashians went to dating black dick and all that. Let me give us some stuff we don't know. Here's the thing why I say niggas is simple, right? From the beginning.
I'm talking about 10,000 generations removed.
We going back and forth. Let me get this out and you got it, I promise. From the beginning of time, right, Dadek, you've had rich whites and rich blacks. rich Asian men, rich Polynesian men, rich Hawaiians, rich Russians, rich Australians, rich Canadians, rich Italians, rich motherfucking Senegalese cartel members in South America, man. What we talk about royalty has become something called a United Nations. Let me pull it up real quick for you because we got this color complex that I got to get out of our head real quick. When you look at the most powerful people at the table that's saying what happens in the world and all that, if they flag ain't flying right here, they don't mean a damn thing. We talking the United Nations. And America flag is right there among many. We're talking about the most richest and powerful people all around the world. And you know you powerful if you got your own flag. See, who owned the American flag and who patented that design? That's who you need to think about. The same people got a patent on the Bible. How can you patent something if it's the word of God? Check this out, y'all. Let me show you something real quick right now. He's talking about melanin, and I'm telling you that the most people at the United Nations are African nations, meaning it's more melanated people that's a part of this union than white folks. It's black evil motherfuckers in Africa making kids dig up diamonds for a nickel a day, sitting at the same table as the white folks we hate. All around the world, you got Chinese motherfuckers that's got sweatshops. They folks jumping out of windows because that's the only way they can escape work. They work them around an hour like a prisoner. They rather commit suicide. They call them sweatshops. And all of these nations got a union together, nigga. They don't give a fuck about their own people. Like, we be thinking about, man, I love all black folks. I don't love all black folks. It's some black folks that want your ass to fall. It's some black folks that done made a deal with this white man that's sitting at the table with all these other. It ain't about color. The only color they see is green.
That still does not dismiss the fact that medically proven that melanin is secreted throughout the pituitary glands to the melanocytes.
That ain't medically proven, though.
It is medically proven.
Can you give us the sources on it? We can pull them and have you go over it.
Yeah, I told you the medical.expedia.com, also in Britannica.com.
So melanin has been extracted from the pituitary gland.
That's a hideous process. So they are rather synthetically making.
No.
But yes. What you talking about? No. What are you talking about?
No, stop. I got you, brother. I got you, brother. Put a 1 in the chat.
Man, stop fucking muting me, dog, when you saying some shit.
Bro, let me just listen, this is what we're going to do, Direct, with fairness. Let me share where I think I got you at in 1 second, and you can get it back and show me where I didn't get you. Fair enough? I think I got you on something. Can I point it out real quick, Direct, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong? I ain't trying to mute you. I'm just telling you. I think I caught you, my nigga. Now, he's scared now, y'all. Look.
No, I'm not scared. I'm being quiet so you can go ahead with what you think you got on me.
Okay, now listen what I'm saying. Now, think about what the hell you just said.
You got a bunch of ones in the
Oh, hold on. No. Watch this. You said
you got a whole lot of ones in your chat room.
Stop it. Those means they can hear me. Listen. I'm finna give you the mic. You said melanin has been extracted from the pituitary gland. Guess where I say I got you at? I guarantee you can't find me that. Bro, I've been looking for that for years. I swear to God, everybody that follow me can tell you, I even had a show where I betted money, bro. I was like, can somebody show me where because if you extract blood out of my body in a plasma center, you're going to put it in a little container, a little vial. Now, if melanin been extracted from the pituitary gland, Where did they put it to when they took it out? We want to see what it looked like in its container outside of the body. If you can show me that, bro, I'm telling you, you will be $1 million man tonight. I would never be having this stream if that was possible. If we had that kind of material to prove that. That's why I'm having this stream right now. Now, if you got it, you about to end my whole melanin debate right here tonight, and I'm dropping you a bomb ahead of time. I'm falling back. Go ahead with it.
Hey, Sanchez, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents.
But hold up, let him bring me this. This a miraculous moment right now. And you can put in your 2 cents, 3 cents, 4 cents, all of that. Let him
all right.
Just out of fact, yeah, die that. Come on, man. Can you show me where can I see the melanin outside the body? Because that, to me, is more than saying anything that the James Webb telescope could show. What is this stuff that made me a black man? Let's see it outside of me. See how he won't unmute his mic, y'all? He know
what
he
you
can't
mean?
produce.
Hold on, Sanchez. See, this is what I'm saying. You play games. I understand your crowd is fuck. This is beyond slated, but they just yeah. And you getting a consensus, which I understand, but I'm just letting you know I'm not running from your question or your comment. What I'm doing is that I'm on my computer just as well as you are, and I'm finna pull up the abstracting of melanin from the human body. And what I'm going to do is give you a reference, and you do on your own, go on your own recognizance.
Oh, man.
And you go, okay. Now, with that being said, again, melanin is produced in the pituitary gland, secretion to your melanin sites in your skin and also inside your organs. If you are weak in producing that hormone, obviously it will, hold on, it will, damn, why is it not popping up?
Hey, Dad,
Anyway.
hold on. Wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna let somebody else talk. Let me pull it up.
No. Are you trying to screen share? Dad,
No, I'm not trying to screen share. I'm on my computer.
Oh, okay. Anything you want me to pull it up, man, if you tell me to do it, I can do it right now, and it'll be probably quicker for you.
Well, pull up abstract of melanin.
Abstract of melanin. I'm doing it right now. Abstract of melanin. And the word abstract ain't good for your argument because, you know, an abstract is like a rare example. Like you said, they can only have it in a synthetic form. This means what we about to look at ain't come out of a human. It was made in a lab, which is what I proved on my other stream, dude.
Hold on, man. See, here we go again.
No, let's talk. I put it up. Abstract of melanin. Where you want me to go from here?
Go put human in front of abstract.
Okay.
Human abstract of melanin.
Let's do it. Now, what are we looking for?
Get out of images and go to all. Go to a medical journal. I'm sure they up there.
3D scan equivalence generated or something like that. What are we going to, man? Come on, help me out. Come on, Diadec. Which one of
Go
these?
to the discovery of human melanocytes.
Got you, brother. There you go. You can see the screen share.
All right. What it says under abstract. What it says under there.
Come on,
I can't see it,
brother. Around. Come on. Anybody on that call want to read this for Diadec, man? Come on. He see it. It's highlighted on my screen. I can't read it right now. Anybody want to help this man out on some courtesy shit, Madon? Since he on your side, damn, Madon, a horrible tag team partner.
Oh no, man. I just walked back in the room. What part you want to around the 2200 BC?
You got it.
Or which part? Which part you want me to read?
Yeah,
Because
that's it.
long.
I got it in blue for your salutes.
It said around 2200 BC, the first written description of human pigmentation disorder, most likely vitiligo, was recorded. And from that moment, the history of research into human pigmentation can be traced.
Now stop. And because I want to dissect this with him. This right here ain't a fact. It's an abstract. And I'm going to tell you something.
Okay. I can't argue with it.
Wait. 4,000 years ago, it's the time of the biblical Adam. So all of this, remember, science and the church in together on this big grand lie.
How about, hold on, can I say this?
I'm about to fall back right here, though. I was just going to conclude on this.
What about the ancestors you subscribe to for sacred geometry and ancient
brother, they don't subscribe to this. Let me say what I'm saying.
Okay, now they don't subscribe.
Let me just finish with this so you can debate this.
Madon, can you finish reading that, please?
So check this out, Madon.
Yeah, no doubt.
What they calling vitiligo is what the Bible call leprosy. Now check this out. This energy that they talking about that's dealing with pigmentation and a disorder was once called your vital energy. The god that was associated with energy and vitality was called El or Al, and the people with the whitest skin, they call them albinos, meaning that they was binded with El. I'm telling you, all the religions talked about being white as snow for purity, and it have nothing to do with your skin tone, because if it did, that'll make me a Uncle Ruckus ass nigga worshiping white skin, but I'm not. Guess what? The white light within us. This knowledge was corrupted, bro, by these eugenics, is what I'm telling you, 4,000 years ago, and roughly anywhere from 4 to 10,000 years ago. That's when religion became widespread. Vitiligo, it has the word vital in it, dealing with vital, like vitality, vitiligo. Before it became a curse, the church made this shit a curse. The people we saying got vitiligo, the ancestors look at them people and they look at a cow print and say that ain't no disease, that's a natural pattern. We see cow print with the brown and white patches like vitiligo. See, they started being racist and looking at different skin tones as a curse. And anybody's skin tone can be a curse if they wanted to go to war with you. That's just like when we wanted to go to war with the Middle East, they had to make a reason for Americans to be mad at them folks, and they knocked their own buildings down. Guess what? When they had to give us Popeye, which is a white man beating up on a fat Middle Eastern dude. In cartoons, racism. That was during Desert Storm when that came out, by the way. Check this out, y'all. Did you know that the church, whoever they wanted to target, they would tell the masses that them people's skin tone and ways was a curse, just like the Egyptians? Just like today, if America want Americans to be mad at Nigerians, guess what they can do? They can say Nigerians got a new disease out and it's making people sick, and it's because they so nasty over there. They did this to us too. They said you was 3/5 of a human and that black folks caused disease and that we were malformed and all kind of shit, dude. That's what this is, slavery. It's so much to it. Just like they do with the swine flu, they blame it on China. Now, your government be attacking you, but telling you, oh, man, these folks nasty. That's what happened. Guess what I'm telling you, man? You're bringing up natural skin patterns to say these people are cursed. And if these people are cursed, that means that the creator that's over this creation is a evil favoritism, wicked creator, and I'm scared to die, dude. Cause this creator ain't shit. Think about it. You got children born with vitiligo every day. They didn't do shit wrong. You telling me vitiligo is a disorder that's based on, and this is going deeper than just a skin disorder, because we talking about leprosy and religious days. These people were put to death. If you were white, if you had vitiligo, if you had any of that shit, that can get you put to death. And because the folks that was putting people to death, they were so fucking stupid. They didn't see that nature was beautiful. And nature created freckle-faced people. That's called polka dot pattern. If you look at all the continents on a map, it looked like cow print, abstract pattern. They want us to see, that's like going up to a brown and white cow, right? With patches all over them of brown and white, and say this brown and white cow got vitiligo. No, we call it cow print. We say that's a beautiful natural pattern nature created, and we even make furniture out of that print. But in a human, oh, you cursed. You telling that man with vitiligo he cursed? Our ancestors wouldn't do that. Only the people who lack understanding would tell those children it's beautiful albino children, beautiful children with freckles and all kind of patterns that nature made, just like she do the flowers. But with humans, we say, oh, that's a curse, because they want you to think diversity is a chemical reaction and diversity is a result of evolution's action. They want you to think that diversity is a chemical reaction, right? They want you to think diversity is a chemical reaction versus a divine reaction. And I'm a yell right there. And guess what? Clearing your throat on the mic in my ear ain't gonna get you the mic quicker. But go ahead.
I'm sorry, Sanchez, but you correct on me using that word abstract. Yeah, you're right. It's abstract.
I'm just
because I got dyslexia. You got to excuse that sometimes.
But I'm using
it's abstract.
It says abstract on the site you told me to pull from the government.
Well,
so
abstract.
We'll go with what they saying.
Well, you could put in the search engine extract, which is EXTRACT. My fault. I said abstract. My fault.
Abstract. Let me show them something, because this is what we got to do for just to be fair. I want everybody to see the website, the address. Let me highlight it. Look, y'all. That's from the government site. Anytime you see .gov, that's government. He want to now leave the government site after what Brother Sanchez. I told y'all, when I go to ripping apart a nigga's shit, he gonna run from what he told me to pull.
Sanchez. I'm doing something to back that up. See, no. I want people to have multiple. I want people to have multiple sources. No, you can leave it there,
bro.
But when you said abstract, that was correct because I chose the word. I said the word wrong. I was really trying to say abstract. You
said it right. Know what, according to the government, you said it right.
Okay, according to the government, if you want to lump me in that umbrella, because you know you got a bunch of conspiracy theories.
But no, I'm saying you the one sent me to this website though from the government. Now you don't want to go with the words they using, but you put them as a source.
What you mean? We ain't even get. He only read one goddamn sentence.
So you don't want to go to the next one because of what I said about that first one. And
no, because I'm telling you, the word abstract is not the word. It's abstract. That's what I was trying to.
And only thing I'm saying.
Okay, you can leave it there. Leave it there to try to debunk it, but it's debunking you.
Cool. We'll go to the next one. Only thing I'm saying to people is that we told him to pull up references. He put up the references. They from the government site. The government said abstract.
I did not pull up that site.
I got to this site because a dial deck told me to click on it. Now check this out, y'all. The government says abstract. He want to change the word that the government used when he going to the government for answers. That's like people going to the Bible for answers. Then when you prove them wrong with what they went to, they want to interpret the Bible their own way, make up shit, add and take, and say, I didn't mean that. It ain't about what you meant. It's what your source meant. If a Christian is saying, I'm using the Bible to prove you wrong, then he say, that ain't what I meant. I'm going to say, fuck what you meant. It's what the Bible meant. If the Bible is your source, you ain't leaning into your own understanding. Then the Bible's just, so if the moment you say, you know, you here to debate science and you went to a scientific website as your source to argue against me, you can't now go to editing what the scientists say, dude. Who do you think you the fuck are? What the hell? That's like arguing with the doctor, but you still want the surgery. This is fucking ridiculous, man. You clearly went to these people for answers, and he went to them confident, like, yeah, when I go to the government site, Brother Sanchez ain't gonna know what to say. And when I start making the government look bad, he got to help the government and say shit they ain't even saying. He gotta help them out. They didn't mean abstract. Or what I meant was, well, I wasn't debating you. I'm debating the powers that be. I don't care what you mean. I care what the eugenicists mean, who controlling the law and using this shit against me. If I'm debating what diadeck mean, I'm wasting my time because he don't make no fucking laws. You gotta help them out.
Sanchez.
They didn't mean the YouTube video first. I wasn't debating you. I'm debating the powers that be. I don't care what you.
My fault. Is the echo gone?
There you go.
Okay. You are so disingenuous, Sanchez. I mean, I don't know if you are made in your way to do this, but that's not a good character trait. It's not. You being disingenuous. Because I was fumbling on my computer trying to find what I was trying to find. You said you can do it much more faster. So I had you to go ahead and look it up. And as you was going through the sites, I said, well, click that one. Because that would look like it was explaining what I was trying to get to in terms of them abstracting, because I said the word wrong, or abstracting melanin from they was just telling you the beginning of what they consider the history of melanin. Now, when Madan, when he read the first paragraph or the first sentence, you disrupted and went into a whole entire diatribe. And on top of the diatribe being disingenuous, saying that I subscribe to government fucking websites and talking about this is what Christians do when they refer to the Bible. That's so disingenuous, and that's spinning your audience. That's so fucked up, because we are both in the same, I think we're supposed to be both in the same boat, trying to wake our people up. Now, you got your way, I got my way. It may clash in terms of science is concerned. But when you being disingenuous like this, like y'all put the government on me and I got the shot and all that bullshit, that is so disingenuous. Because none of my rhetoric is centered around that shit. The one thing I don't talk is religion. But if they giving you a context of history right here, then that's what they giving you. Now, I caught myself, because you said you need to choose your words carefully. I think this is the wrong word. If you knew that was the wrong word, that means you was going to play off of it like you had me defeated. But when the real word came up, now all of a sudden that I don't want you to read what's on your goddamn screen and all this and that and you debunking shit. No, I want you to get the real. See, here we go again.
No, let me ask you something.
I'm done with you, dog. I'm done. Goodbye. Goodbye. Give me the fuck off here, man.
Holla at you, man. Holla at you, man. So the thing is, y'all, He's talking about the real word versus the fake word. Who determined what's real or fake? Him or the government? Now, the government created the word melanin. They're calling it an abstract. He's a nigga that's trying to defend their concept and giving them a word they didn't use. That's like I asked a dude one day, I said, you believe in talking snakes? He said, yeah, man. I said, when you ever saw a snake talk? He said, man, the Lord is miraculous. I said, so if he made the snake talk to Adam and Eve, why he ain't made my dogs give me the lottery number yet? Why animals stop talking with them? So my thing is, when you need a miracle for your shit, it's not science, it's religion. If I say a dude made a blind man see, and a nigga say, how did he do it? And I said, he spit on his hand and used dirt. That's a miracle. If I say, man, he did eye surgery and he had to have surgery for a month, but he healed his blindness, that ain't a miracle. That's a procedure that can be explained with technology, and niggas confuse technology with miracles. That's what's going on with God. That's why we can't get past the first sentence, because you know why? In the Bible, leprosy was a curse. And guess what? A miracle is a curse too. You can have a good miracle or a bad miracle. If a dude is black as hell and he did something wrong to give him leprosy, just like that he turned white as snow, nigga, we would call that a miracle today. A black dude just turned white because he broke a sin of God or something, or did. There were many reasons that it caused you to have the curse of leprosy. Now, guess what now? Y'all got to realize I'm a very intricate and meticulous researcher. And this is what I want you to do homework on, etymology. The word leprosy, get your pen and paper, finna blow you away. It comes from the word that we use when we call an animal a leopard. The original lepers were people with vitiligo and albinism. Our ancestors never saw those as diseases or curses, but the pilgrims did. In other words, for example, hold on, y'all. People only bring that up to say black people are first. Now watch this. A person that got albinoism or leprosy, we say that's a curse because that's what we use to prove the white man existing. We say the white man is the albino. But guess what? I had plenty black friends coming up who was albinos. They mama and daddy was black, and they had like red hair, red skin. They had these little patterns that we call albinism, vitiligo. They were joked on. Albinos in Africa today got to go and hiding in the jungle because they are hunted to death like animals. Did you know that? If you born in certain areas in Africa and you're an albino or got vitiligo, you got to go into hiding or get up out of Africa. So check this out, right? It's because science saying that these are a defect that will explain human evolution. They call it evolution, but they should really call it mutation. They saying that the original humans was one solid color. Then we get freckle-faced humans and all these different other skin tones and patterns through evolution and a chemical reaction over time of mutation. I'm debunking that. I'm saying if you look at all of the flowers in the beginning of the earth, it's flowers that got a freckle face just like a human. I can pull it up. Matter of fact, let me pull it up. When I was young, we had to grow pansies. Guess what? Pansies got freckles on them. You got flowers out there with polka dot pattern. You got flowers out there with stripes on them. Every pattern you can think of, nature already made it when she created the earth. Polka dot stripes, what we call in vitiligo, albinism. Check this out. They said white people are albinos, but every race produces an albino, even white people. You got Chinese albinos, black albinos, Jamaican albinos, and guess what you got? Even white albinos. If we go by what y'all saying that's a white man. That's a white man. Because if you saying white people are the albinos, then why do white people produce albinos? It's an albino everything in nature. It's an albino crocodile. Guess what? It's a lion that's pure white out there. I can show you pictures of him right now. In everything that exists in nature, there's an all white version of it and an all black version of it, and every color in between. Why? Because nature already created all there is and cancel out all probabilities, all color patterns. If you can think it, she did it first. So that means evolution is bullshit. Because when everything was created, you had all the colors in the beginning. And the colors didn't have to evolve from just one set, one group. That's saying that was just a black flower and all the other colors come from that. And but see, that's grass was green and all the other colors of grass come from the green grass. No, colors are a result of the universe. Everything we see in nature exists in its many colors, forms, and vibrations. And that was always the case. In other words, like I always say, diversity didn't have to evolve. But Madon, I'm going to yield the flow. And I'm going to let you, matter of fact, I'm going to let you finish the, and I'm going to drop the link while I let you finish this, because Didact was trolling. He always trolling, man. He get too turned up. I share the mic with him and all that, but I'm going to tell y'all something. That's cognitive dissonance. For the following 4,000 years, the origins of human skin color remain an enigma. You know what that means? A mystery. They didn't know what human skin color come from for 4,000 years up to 2200 BC, and now they acting like today they know everything about it. But they can tell you so much about the diversity of human skin color, but can't tell you why roses come in different colors. Now, they'll tell you that human diversity is a result of humans mixing. But humans can't mix if ain't nothing to mix with. Meaning, if all of the humans in the beginning on the earth was black or brown, what other colors did they have to mix with? You can't have one without the other. You can't have purple without red and blue. So when they say, well, purple was first and red and blue came later, we like, hey man, you can't get purple without red and blue. If you take away any color, all of the colors will disappear. Because you can't have one without the other. It's, everything in nature is needed, even everything. And you can't have none in nature without the other one. So what I'm saying is when the creator created the earth and it made flowers, there's a law in the universe called a law of infinity. That means whatever the creator makes, it has to makes it time infinity. That's how when the creator made a human, it didn't just make one human. It took the human concept and multiplied it by infinity. Now you got countless amount of humans. The creator didn't just make a flower, it made flowers, plural. Trees, plural. Mountains, plural. And everything it made, it canceled out all the probabilities. Meaning, it could have just made a yellow flower and that's it. But guess what? All the other kind of flowers wouldn't exist. And that would defy the law of infinity, which says everything exists within infinity. Nothing is waiting to unfold within infinity. It already happened. And that's where we get the concept of prophecy from. Meaning it's written and it got to be carried out. That's saying none is new under the sun. So if ain't nothing new, you can't bring two humans together and make a new race. You can just make a race that already existed. Like I can mix blue and red together and make purple, but I didn't invent the color purple. Purple already existed. I just remade it. That's the same with humans coming together. So, or any colors, or when we talk diversity, that's too deep for some of y'all though.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand that. That's real. And I think the soil plays a key part in that. You know, yes, the key element in flowers is the seed, but the soil is what we know provide the different nutrients, and sometimes the soil can change the color of a plant. So to me, I think everything evolved back to the soil, along with the whatever else the Most High put inside the seed to make it come about.
If everything goes back to the soil, I ain't gonna argue with you on that. In the case of a human, the soil would be the woman. You agree, which is why New Yorkers call the woman the earth. You agree, right?
Yeah, and I think the creator used the different shades of sand to make mankind. That's just my opinion.
Before we go to that though, let's talk about the soil you brought up.
Okay. All right.
In New York, don't they call the woman the earth?
Yeah, they do.
And you know why? Because she's the one that the seed is planted in. So the man is the seed, the planter, and in New York, they call the woman the earth. So my thing is, if she represent the soil, like you said, just like dirt come in all colors, don't women come in all colors? And you would be
That's
saying,
a fact.
okay, cool. So the question would be, did all women evolve from the black woman or the white woman, or is evolution just bullshit and all different kinds of women simply existed from the beginning of time? See, the white man in his science will tell you black folks were first. And the white man will always say, yeah, I'm last, man. And the sun burned me up and all that. And I always wondered, why would he admit that? Why is he giving us ammo against him? Because I found out the white man in the cab, we were in the argument. He just won in the world. We wake up every day in a white man's world. And he's saying if melanin make you feel happy, just like Jesus or Buddha, then that's good for me.
No, I feel what you're saying. I think that's one of the greatest mysteries of known to man is who was first and what was first.
Not a mystery.
But to me, it makes sense to me. It seems the Most High made all of them together. I mean, he made one after another. It seems to me he used certain soil to make black people, a certain color of the dirt to make other people. I mean, to me, that makes more logical sense.
I'm gonna tell you what don't make sense about nothing you said.
What's that?
And this may sound egotistical, but
I mean, it's cool.
Yeah, man, I don't like the idea of me being made from dirt. That's bullshit. Let me just get you to think about something. Go outside tomorrow, pick up a handful of dirt, right? And while you hold that handful of dirt in your hand and move it around, and rub it and feel it. Think about your bone and your skeletal structure. Think about the intricacy of your nervous system. Think about your heart, flesh, heart, pink organ. And ask yourself with that dirt in your hand, how could dirt ever make something so advanced as a human? Think about what I'm telling you, brother. Listen how advanced you are. Man, they still ain't figured out how advanced the human is, man. Listen, think of your bones, your tissue, your fluids in you, and how everything in this body is intelligent and organized itself. Man, if I cut you right now, your body gonna start scabbing up and you can't stop it. It's doing it without your permission. Your body making your heart beat right now and you can't make it stop, not unless you kill yourself. You can't think
now,
of the
what
way.
does scab turn to?
Bro, your body has a divine intelligence within it that's beyond your comprehension. And you telling me that the dirt on the ground that I bathed off of myself with my damn soap in the shower it can explain the makings of the intricacy of my nervous system, my plasma. We got to get out of La La Land, brother. You got to get out of La La Land.
Well, let me say this real quick. I did it. I'm not exactly sure, but from studying ancient history, ancient Egypt, they said Khnum made man on the wheel.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you your problem. When you tell me about what they said in Egypt and what he said and she said and what they said in the Bible, you now not dealing with science and an intellectual debate. We not dealing with he say, she say, and guess what? Everybody in my chat know that he say, she say. We can tell you what they said in Egypt. I got documentaries on what they said in Samaria, Acadia. I've been on here for over 5 years talking about what they said, he said, and she said, and how it ain't the truth. It's just he say, she say. You think you pushing the ball forward giving me the he say, she say, brother. I don't want the he say, she say from you for real. That's called the gospel, the ghost spell. You under a spell of dead people who thought they had it figured out, but look at the world we live in. Come on, not only thing I'm telling you, brother, is when I come tonight with a sign, because you come here every show, Madon, and you don't push the show forward. The show was for Pan-Africans and coming from a scientific standpoint. You coming from we know you are Hebrew Israelite. We know you into this he say, she say. But you should fall back when the new people get the mic and go to coming with, like the sister left now. The sister left now. I don't know how you think you even standing a chance in this debate if the whole foundation of your shit is mythology though. And melanin didn't come from the Bible. It came from scientists and eugenicists. And I don't really play around with y'all with that. Because when you research the agenda behind it, bro, this is some deep shit. And like a lot of us don't like to do intricate and tedious research and critical thinking. And it's easy to just believe and go with the he say, she say. But that shit really be getting annoying. That's all I'm saying. I'll fall back.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. When a body decomposes in a casket, what does it turn to? I mean, yeah, we know it's a spirit, or what we would call a soul.
Real quick.
Okay.
When the body decomposes in a casket, there's an old saying that says ashes and ashes and dust to dust. The body, that's what it turns to on a physical level. On a spiritual level, it don't turn to nothing. It go back to what it always was before it even came into the flesh, and that's a soul.
Facts. I agree with that.
Yeah, energy can't be created. They said that the Bible, they said that the body is only made of 1% of all matter in the universe. Guess what they basically telling you in a scientific way? That the body don't even exist. They saying that the energy inside of the body is the other 99%, and that's what they calling dark matter. Guess what? That's what you calling melanin.
Well, all I'm saying is this. I understand that the spirit or the soul was layered or covered with flesh and blood, which we call the body. And all I'm saying is, I believe that soul, whoever people want to label the creator as, that soul or the spirit of man with what we call dirt and or what we call our vessel, which was made of dirt and whatever else the Most High used to do it. But I think one of the main formulas he used to shell the soul or encase it with the body was dirt.
Was dirt. Now let me ask you a question, right? You compared this Most High in the Bible using dirt to patah on a potter's wheel, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Clay and dirt are different. You can take the red, there's a particular kind of red dirt that they use for from certain areas, like where I'm from in the South, and you can't use any kind of dirt for clay. It got to be a certain kind of pasteable. This kind of dirt, when you go to wetting it and shit, is very thick and like quicksand. Like, I don't know if you ever experienced the red dirt in the South, but it became a best.
Oh yeah, I got it in my front yard and backyard.
So
I know exactly what you're
that's
talking about.
why all the plant bowls we buy and pottery we buy is that bright red color, that what they call it, I can't even think of terracotta and shit. That's the best clay for that shit. So my thing is like, that kind of dirt ain't you saying that Adam was made of dirt and
Now what kind of dirt? I don't know what kind of dirt was used, but I know it was some kind of dirt. Now what exactly dirt? I don't know.
So now here's another thing that I know you don't know, and I ain't gonna do this to you, but just to let the chat know, if I wanted to play a game of how many questions I can ask Madon that he don't know, we'll be here all night, y'all. Cause I just can be a dick like that. I know that his science don't give him the answers he need. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example right now. Madon, why did God make Adam from dirt but made Eve from Adam's rib? Why didn't he just pick up dirt from the ground and make Eve? Why would he take a nigga's rib out his body? That's a surgery.
Well, I'm not exactly sure why he did that, but maybe it was in his,
didn't know, then I tell you.
Right, because I can't tell you why. You know what I'm saying? That's just like me asking me why did the most High make the stars? I'm not sure. We know they lights, but at the same time they have a bigger purpose. But why he did it that way, I can't tell you exactly why. I can only give an opinion. You know,
but that's what I'm saying, though, man. These are things we need definitives about.
I agree.
Yeah, man. And if any kind of person gonna speak on a mic from your perspective and what you teach and believe in, see, it's one thing to believe in something, but when people ask you to explain that shit with critical thinking, and I'm gonna show you how deep I am about critical thinking. This ain't a game. I'm gonna show you my Bible. See, this book right here, and guess what? I ain't even read it. That's the funny shit. But this book is critical thinking, and I would recommend this over any religious book. Because guess what? You got a brain and a mind, and you know that, but you can't prove that you got a God. You can't prove that you got a savior. In every situation in my life where I needed God to show up, if I didn't use my smart mind, I'll be dead right now. If I waited on God to show up, I'll be dead. Critical thinking was my savior every time. Because I'm going to tell you something about the creator I serve. The creator I serve is so fucking awesome that it gave me something called a mind. not a Bible, not a Quran, not a belief, but some that allow me to rationalize, reason, and say if something is true or not. Not do I believe it or not, because life ain't a Ripley's game. Ripley's believe it or not. It's what you know or don't know. And that's going to determine how far you make it. It ain't what you believe or don't believe. Nobody care about your belief. Some children believe in Santa Claus, but that's what I'm trying to get you to. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. And nature don't care about, it ain't relentless. What you don't know and do know gonna determine how far your people make it over others. And you notice that the people gave us belief systems don't even believe the shit like we believe it.
Well, let me ask you a question. According to the God you serve, that you say is an excellent God, how was mankind made?
How was mankind made?
Yeah, according to your God.
Now, this ain't according to my God, and I don't really serve a God, man. That's what I'm saying, Mike.
Okay, a creator.
So how was man? Now listen. I want you to just mute up and let me answer you, cause I'm finna go so deep right now that I know you not. Just listen. How was mankind made? I'm finna go farther than that. I'm gonna show you how everything in the universe was made. Some people are gonna say, how he know that? Let me just close your eyes, listen to this. Now check this out. Close your eyes and see number darkness behind your eyelids. Now I'm gonna tell you, imagine a universe and worlds full of people moving around, driving their cars, all that. That's how I think the universe was created. See, the creator didn't have no water to make oceans. The creator ain't have no wood to make trees. So where did physical elements come from if physical elements did exist? You know where physical elements come from? The mind. See, right now I can create all of the physical elements in my mind. Just like when you dream, you create an entire universe and an entire another version of yourself in your mind. And the ancestors said that our mind was the creator and the gateway. It is essentially what we're calling God. And that's why they say follow your heart and follow your mind. The heart and the mind is interconnected in what they call the electromagnetic energy field of the human. So when we think about something, we feel it in our chest. Like when you have a thought, you will have a feeling in your chest and even some jittery feelings in your stomach. So you will bounce that thought down the stomach, the chest, and these are like other brains. We don't just think with the brain and the mind. Butterflies is a form of thought. Feeling in your chest. Sometimes you don't even think with your mind. You just have a jittery feeling in your stomach and you will take a decision. That's called an impulsive reaction. Now check this out. What I'm showing you is how we think, what thoughts are, what a human is. You are your thoughts. And guess what? Your belief don't require you to think. The average human never really engaged in the critical thinking, dude. And Madon, only thing I'm trying to tell you in a nutshell, bro, is you need to finish reading this abstract article up here and quit trying to debate me on like the spiritual side of like the mind and all that. Not on no egotistical thing, but only thing you can give me though is like the belief stuff, bro. I'm talking about something deeper.
No, I mean I got you. I was just wondering, how was man and woman created according to but you said through the mind.
I just
can
told you, the creator
or the thought.
Everything we see is a thought. There's nothing physical. You are a manifested thought of the Most High. The Most High never picked up wood to make a tree. The Most High just conceived of this entire universe, and it was so.
Your mic going out, Sanchez.
And it was so. My mic ain't going out until my people.
No, it ain't going out on my end.
Right on. I know when my mic going out. But like I said, before we're born, we're conceived. Because thought is the foundation of all physical matter, which means ain't nothing is really physical. You are a thought that's going in and out of existence. That's where life and death is, according to the research, extensive research I've done with the ancestors versus what you done with the Bible. See, this the kind of shit that led me out the church, because this make most sense to me, and it ain't got no fears attached to it. It let me know what energy is and all that shit. And you're coming with the spookism, and you asking me how was it all created, and I'm giving it to you, and you just keep repeating the question as if I didn't break it down like a G.
I mean, I can accept that answer, man. That's cool. But you know, my belief goes extend beyond the Bible, though. But you know, we can keep it moving.
The thing is, you got a belief, I got a fact. Nothing exists without thinking of it first. To keep the microphone I'm talking to you with, somebody had to think of that before I can touch it. Everything you see around you, something or someone had to think of it first before it was manifested.
Right. That's what the Bible teaches.
The Bible don't go into
the Bible teaches
all
us
that.
Everything we see. Yes, it does. It teaches us everything we see was in the spiritual realm before it came into the physical realm.
Give me the scripture where the Bibles teach that.
I had to grab it for you. I can't think of what verse that is offhand, but
you know why you can't find that scripture? Because you're a goddamn liar. And I'm going to tell you something right now, Madon. You working on my patience. I'm going to tell you something real quick, right? Because I don't like when folks, because guess what? I'm taking it easy on you. I know some Christians that'll rebuke the hell out of you lying on the Bible and can't pull up the scripture. I'm from the Bible Belt. I took this shit serious in church. Let me tell you some homeboy. You know why you can't find the goddamn scripture? Because the Bible say just the opposite of that monkey shit coming out of that hole under your nose, nigga. The Bible say that the goddamn spiritual world and the physical world are two different things, and that if you want to seek God, you shouldn't even be attached to the physical world. That the physical world is a carnal and secular world, and that things of the spirit and of the soul and of Christ ain't got nothing to do with of the flesh. Now you a Christian up here trying to flip it and say that it's the same. See, I'ma fucking embarrass you because the Bible say don't add or take away. And I'm from the Bible Belt. And when you disrespect the Bible, I don't got to be a Christian to whip you for doing that. Now go home and study your word and quit being a damn antichrist. The Bible told you don't add or take away, you hypocrite. Talking about the Bible saying something about some spiritual and physical the same. Nigga, that's what Aleister Crowley's saying. Fuck you talking about. That's my only thing with Madon.
No, the scripture says everything before it came in the physical realm was in the spiritual realm.
What damn scripture though?
He even told that to I gotta think of the scripture, bro, but he even told, whatchamacallit, before you was created in the womb, I knew you. Meaning, before he existed in the physical, he was in the spiritual. Everything was in the spiritual realm before it came in the physical realm.
But your Bible don't say that, though. Your Bible say that everything that...
Yeah, I'm going to get it for you. Let me get it for you. Let me find it.
Bro, your Bible say that everything that exists in the physical world is cursed and doomed and need to get the fuck out the earthly side. That's why Jesus gonna come back and save the earth. If earth and the spiritual kingdom of heaven were one and the same, why don't God live on the earth? Why did God lead the Holy Ghost and his son to come to the earth? And God said he could never step foot on the earth because it's too sinful. He clearly drew a line of distinction, nigga, between the earth and motherfucking heaven to the point where the nigga got gate guards. He got a golden gate and a fence in between him and the earth. And so much so that when God wanted to throw his trash away called the devil, guess what he threw it at, y'all? The earth. You don't fucking sleep where you throw your trash at. What the fuck is Madon talking about? These are separated. My house and where I live and sleep at is separated from where I throw my trash. But according to him, his God dwells in the realm of man, even though we know his Bible don't say that, because I was an advocate Christian. I was a diehard Christian. Dude, I stayed up nights not sleeping, and I was falling asleep in school because I was reading my Bible and not my science book. What are you talking about? I'm not going to let you just come up here and talk out the side of your neck. The people wouldn't support me if I did.
Well, the verse is Colossians 1:16. You want me to read it?
I want to hear it.
It says, like everything else, they were created through the divine word who became Jesus Christ. For by him, things that are in heaven and that are on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominion or principalities or power, all things was created through him and for him. Meaning we was already in the thought world or the invisible world before the physical.
That ain't what that means. What that
yes,
means,
it does.
No, that means that the God in heaven created the heaven and earth. That's all that means. It means that the Most High created the heavens and earth. It doesn't mean that he didn't.
From thought.
Bro, it don't matter what he created it with. What you're not understanding is that the reason why science and religion are separated today is because of what you just read. The Most High created the heaven and the earth, but he separated himself from his own creation. Which is why science separates itself from religion. Religion is the God aspect. The earth is the science aspect. Science and religion appear to be separated. My thing is, that's what I'm telling you. The God in heaven can't set foot on the earth. If he want to come do anything on the earth, he got to manifest onto the earth. And you know what the root word of manifest is? Man. He got to become man, and he did that through Christ. He can't come to the earth as a divine spirit. He got to come in a flesh. So that is a separation between spirit and flesh right there. And our ancestors never taught that in their science. They taught that basically your body is your spirit. They didn't teach that we were flesh and bone humans on the earth. They taught that we were spiritual beings inside of a realm. And they said we recreate this thing called a body in all of our dreams. They said a true us is our mind and not our body. That became spirit and not flesh. The word flesh is from the word flash, which is dealing with like a flash of light, which is what your lifetime is, a flash of light fading in and out. Your time in the flesh is a flash. We look at our body as something physical. Our ancestors looked at their literal flesh and bones as a holographic projection of light. Today, we don't know that, so we got a concept of something that's called solid. But the word solid was the word soul lid, the lid for the soul. Everything changed today. Let me drop a bomb. See, you got to be up many nights, man, not getting sleep to be able to break this shit down like this. But I ain't got all night for my done, so let's let him stay muted and let's let the other callers get it in, and we gonna get up out of here.
Hey, brother, you just called the physical body a soul lid. Yeah, I like that. That was fire.
Get the word solid, soul lid. See, I deal with etymology. When you just looking at a definition of the word, the definition don't tell you the first time it was ever used on earth and how it was used. Etymology show you that. But see, like I said, I call myself the Black Indiana Jones. You got to really be hungry for these answers to do that meticulous research. And you tell who done the meticulous research and who didn't when it come down to debate time.
Hey, and brother, if I could add, right? Because you know, I don't mean to bring up Madame Blavatsky or nothing, right? But Madame Blavatsky literally said how light is a solid. You feel me? And or it basically is physical, my bad. Light is physical, and darkness is the only thing that's truly spirit. You feel me?
You just taught them a lot. That's the secrets of the yin and the yang. Go ahead, man. That's what's up.
Yeah. And then when you said soul lid, we know soul means light. You know what I mean? So the only thing physical is light. So we are condensed light, condensed sunlight, or whatever. We are souls. You feel me? And soul really means solid, like you said. You feel me? So people think spiritual only when we say soul, but it never meant spiritual. The darkness is the only thing that's truly spiritual.
Anybody else wanna? And I'll go after all of y'all. Go ahead, man. We finna go ahead, pass it around. Nene, Universal. Yeah, so the word soul, before we go, and I'm going to end on this and we getting out of here. They said we live in a solar system. Now, the word solar is the word solar, like these gods, all of them are fishermen fishing for men. They're using lure, solar. But the thing is, the sun is the word S-I-N, which is S-U-N-C-E-N, like center, the root word of center. Now, they made the sun the center of the solar system, but the sun is the one born from the spirit, and that's the body. Conception happens before birth, and that becomes, the body is another word for the Son of God, or you know how your soul keep living, but your body dies and stuff. They saying there's a finite aspect of what we are and an infinite aspect. And they both are tied together. So the finite aspect is a series of endless rebirths and deaths. And the infinite aspect is the fact that it's the soul that make that eternal. Life, death, life, death, life, death. So I'm going to get up out of here with that, and y'all can research from there on your own etymology. Peace and much love to the panel. Thank you for everybody that supported the show, and I'll see y'all on the next one.